Testing audio.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our governance priorities meeting for Tuesday, December the 2nd. Starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Likol Nakona Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Looking to Council administration for the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? First, looking to administration. Seeing none. Council. Seeing none. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the December 2nd, 2025 Governments and Priority Committee meeting agenda as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Councillor Wozinski votes in favor. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Edney, sorry, Mr. Councillor Wozinski, if I may for a moment. Mr. Edney, can we have IT come and help? Councillor Wozinski, it appears we're having some problems here with the computer and with the voting.
Thank you. Not the computer, just the...
With that, moving to a moment of reflection, what I would like to do with this is later on I would like to do a bit bigger, maybe better acknowledgement of this, but this is some pretty exciting news for Chestermere. We have 3 Chestermere residents that are going to the Olympics, which is pretty massive for our little city here. That we have 3 who are going. So Ben Hebert from the men's curling team, and Brett Gallant and Jocelyn Peterman from the mixed doubles team will all be competing in the Olympics in curling. And so would like to work with administration and council to do a bit better of a send-off from the city of Chestermere to those individuals. But like I said, to have 3 of our residents who are going to be competing at the Olympic level is pretty exciting. I received a message from Mr. Hebert yesterday indicating this, and I know that there has been some celebration of it on social media, but would encourage us to be able to find a way, just a small acknowledgement of it now, if you will, from the city, as I just got the message late last night, but pretty exciting to have 3 of our residents that are going to be attending and participating in the upcoming Winter Olympics. With that, we'll move to our public input session. And for our public input session, I do see that we have 1 resident that has asked to speak. Just a reminder for all of council, our administration, as well as the public, at our GAP meetings, we allow a 5-minute opportunity at a public input session for someone to speak to a item that is generally a community item, that is a bigger community item that may not be on the agenda, whereas at a regular council meeting for public input, then someone from the public is given an opportunity to speak for 5 minutes on something that is on the agenda. So because this is a GAP meeting, this doesn't necessarily need to be on the agenda. It is a general, bigger item that is facing our community. So with that, I believe we have Sue Dollywall here today, who's going to be coming to present. So, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and Administration through the CEO. Thank you for reviewing my email last week and for discussing it at your last recent meeting. I'm here once again addressing the TRR process, an issue that I've raised multiple times over the years. My previous email provided a brief overview of events since the 2009 annexation agreement for the acreage areas and since 2013 when I first became involved. While I have not detailed every step, the overall pattern is pretty clear. Since the TRR was approved 3 years ago, I would like to ask whether the city has a record of how many landowners have applied for TRR and how many have inquired about it. To my knowledge, only 2 applications have been submitted. One of them is mine. while at least 10 landowners have contacted the city seeking information on TRR. Many were ready to apply, but the lack of the clear guidance, conflicting directions, and ongoing uncertainty left them frustrated and unwilling to proceed. The land use bylaw is very clear about the intent of the TRR district. Section 10.2 states that the TRR exists and allows additional residential subdivisions in the east and north acreages in a phased rural manner. It uses rural standards such as 1 acre minimum lots, rural setbacks, rural servicing. Importantly, the bylaw only requires a basic shadow plan at the subdivision stage. Nowhere does it mandate full urban engineering, offsite levies at rezoning, or major technical studies. TRR was designed to support rural living and gradual transition, not to impose urban level processes on acreage landowners. The process has been complicated by inconsistent and unclear communication. If this were not the case, we would see many more TRR applications. Instead, the low uptake highlights a serious problem and means that the city has missed out on potential revenue, easily tens of thousands of dollars. A major challenge is that the new requirements appear each time someone speaks with staff. The reply I received last week, which you were all copied on, included several new items that had not been communicated in prior discussions, despite this process being underway for years. It is also important to acknowledge that a broader issue since 2009, consultants have been repeatedly engaged to develop processes for acreage development. Despite years of involvement and significant taxpayer expenditure, there has been little visible progress. Consultants' recommendations have often prolonged the process and in several cases have not served council well. This ongoing consultation-driven complexity has contributed to uncertainty landowners continue to face. From the outside, the process feels as though it resets rather than progresses. Some landowners who initially tried to participate have since walked away, not because they didn't want to proceed, but because the expectations kept changing and the process dragged on too long. This is the opposite of what TRR was intended to be when council created it. Administration has now stated that I must submit a completely new TRR application and pay a new fee again. I want to be very clear, the intent of my application has never changed. Any pauses were entirely based on staff direction, waiting for corrections to the mixed commercial designations which were placed on our lands, waiting for clarity on another TRR file, and waiting for a TRR checklist that the staff said was being prepared. Council was copied on much of this correspondence. For me, the TRR process has been very costly in both time and money, as I'm here away from work presenting without visible progress. We respectfully request that our original TRR application from 2024 be continued and updated with the revised applicant information rather than requiring a completely new submission and additional fees. Or alternatively, that a current application be accepted with the original fees. Thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate your wanting to listen to our concerns.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Arnay, I'm going to turn to you, first of all, just from a legislative point of view. So legislatively, when a development comes before administration, when it's sitting with administration, then until it comes officially to a council meeting, essentially council can't engage with that thing. So for example, meetings that we have with the developer, if there's an actual application that's coming, even within my own 15-minute meetings with the mayor, I have to be very careful in those meetings with the 15-minute meeting with the mayor if there is a subdivision application that already currently exists there. So I'm certainly not in any way, shape, or form trying to pass the buck or not become involved in this conversation. I'm actually doing this from a legislative point of view to not cause a further complication of council becoming involved in a way that may not fit. So I'm just wondering from a legislative point of view, how we could maybe look at stick handling this part of the conversation. If you have any insights on that, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Good morning, Council. You're correct, and this is a complicated topic as well, on top of your legislative requirements. So is there an application in front of administration right now? Yeah. So my suggestion would be we've all received the emails. We've heard the presentation this morning. Perhaps we should look at coming back with some sort of report to you on where the process is at. Maybe not specifically this particular application. I can deal with the presenter separately outside of this on the status of their application, but maybe we could come back on some kind of presentation update on the process, where it's at, how it's gotten to where it is, that kind of thing for council in the new year, and then give you an opportunity to speak towards that presentation, not specifically this application.
Yes, thank you. You also indicated during your presentation for council that you had sent an email to all of council last week. And so thank you for acknowledging that. We were also careful in terms of how we handled that. And so council did bring that forward. So it was brought forward as an urgent item to council. So Deputy Mayor brought it forward as a motion for council to be added as an in-camera session. Because it was an email from a resident, we didn't necessarily want to, throw it up on the screen and have everybody see with regards to that. But you will notice at last meeting we had under Section 29 advice from officials, which gave us an opportunity to get the advice from administration on things like related to that. But also we also utilize Section 34 for information that is or will be available to the public. Right. And so the reason that we did that was that then we were able to acknowledge. And so there was a direction coming out from council. So obviously can't talk about the contents of the in-camera conversation. But coming out of that, there was a direction for administration to send an email to follow up. I just want to confirm that that email happened. So you sent an email at council. We directed administration. I'm just going to go to Mr. Chatter just to confirm that that email has happened.
To the chair, yes.
Okay, so that email has happened. So there's been correspondence. So if I may, Mr. Dollywall, what would you like us to do today?
I would like council to direct or have the administration to look at it, that I don't have to pay another fee for the same application that I'm trying to continue forward for my for a subdivision of my acreage.
Okay.
So that's,
So with sorry.
so that's the main part of it. But then at the same time, just highlighting the issues we've had. It seems like every time there's a staff change, we're back at the same helm.
Sure.
Example would be the levies. Levies were we already sorted out. They don't apply at the TRR stage, but with the conversation with CAO. But it was again brought up in that email response that they would be due. So we're kind of batting the same battles when somebody new comes into the picture, when some of those issues already been addressed.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Eddy, with that, then would you, with what Mr. Dollywall just suggested there, is that what you were thinking would be a part of that report that you just suggested a moment ago, would be even part of what he was just discussing there?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think we could address how offsite levies apply. The different types of offsite levies are something we talked about, and at what point they come in. As far as the new application without a fee, you can't make that decision today anyways.
No,
At
correct.
governance and priorities, even if
Yeah.
you wanted to. And I'd highly recommend you don't do that without understanding why we're asking for potentially a new application, a new fee. So that one, leave that with me. I'll talk with the director and the team about where the process is at and see if we can sort something out.
Okay.
But yes, the offsite levies and that kind of thing would be part of that report for you.
So, Mr. Arden, we're going to leave your mic on, and feel free to jump in on this. Looking into legislative services, I'm going to take a swing at this, and we're going to see how this organically flows. So, I'm going to suggest that the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to prepare a report for council with regards to the TRR districts, acreages, and include updates on how offsite levies apply. Mr. Edney, how did I do?
Any concern? That's fine with us, Mayor Dean.
Does that work?
Yep.
Okay, because what Mr. Edney is getting at is at a governance and priorities meeting, even though we are still council, we can't we legislatively can't even do the thing you're asking us to do right now. From a legislative point of view, as a committee, all we can do is make a recommendation to council. So just to be clear to the public, what this does is it provides us the opportunity, provides administration to go away, prepare a report. I would assume that part of that report would even could even include items that were included in your correspondence, so not directly your correspondence, but concerns that were addressed. Was I'm seeing nods over here to my right, seeing some. That would include items that were included in that correspondence and provide a more comprehensive report. So the only thing that I would want to add is a timeline to this. And so could we, if I said by the end of January, could we do that? Okay, by the end of January 2026. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could ask that we have the annexation agreement included as well, just as some backstory of what was the agreement.
Great addition. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm just going to read this out loud again to see if it makes sense in my brain, and then we'll maybe bat it around if needed. So the Governance Priorities Committee direct administration to prepare a report for council in regards to TRR districts, acreages, annexation agreement, and include. So I think we need to be more specific on annexation agreement. Acreages, after acreages, can we put the acreage annexation agreement? I think we should be specific as to which annexation agreement. Do we know that?
2009.
Councilor Grant, your mic. Do
2009.
2009. 2009. The 2009 annexation agreement. Okay, we're all sure. If we just remember, hit some mics. Councilor Grant, I'll just look to you for a nod. Does that hit what you were looking for? I see a nod. Okay. Looking to administration, does that comprehensively cover what we were looking for? Okay, council, if we're okay with the wording, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
So move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to prepare a report for council in regards to the TRR districts, acreages, the 2009 acreage annexation agreement, and include updates on how upside levies applies and bring back to council by the end of January 2026.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Councilor Worzynowski, are you able to vote yet? You vote in favor? Thank you. Councilor Worzynowski votes in favor, and otherwise that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. So with that, I don't think we need the for information anymore because we made a motion coming up. Thank you, Ledge Services. So going to delegations and appointments. We're now looking at the town center traffic study. That's at 10 a.m. So I'm going to move down. Moving down to council reports. So we have 3 council reports that are coming forward this morning, and I apologize for them being added late to the agenda, but if I could have the first one come up, please. So this first one involves Councilor Worzynowski, Councilor Grant, and myself. I'm not going to go through all the details of the report. These are included as part of the agenda package. But on October 30th, myself and Councilor Grant and Councilor Worzynowski had the opportunity to attend the Economic Development Developers Alberta dinner in Edmonton. So what it is, it's essentially a little bit like speed dating, where we were all sitting at different tables. So what I liked about that was we all had the opportunity to interact with different officials, and it's senior officials from Government of Canada, Government of Alberta, whether it is the minister and or their senior staff. It's a great opportunity for us to be able to connect. One of the most valuable things for us was we had a 10-15 minute conversation with Minister Boychenko before the actual dinner, where we were able to hear about some of the priorities that the province has right now when it comes to sport and tourism. We've extended an invitation, and we'll be following up with an invitation for Minister Boychenko to come down to Chestermere to just engage with and just see some of the exciting opportunities that we have here in Chestermere when it comes to sport and tourism. But would look to Councilor Worzynowski and Councilor Grant if they had anything to add, but their comments are also included in the actual report. But would be remiss if I did not provide that opportunity if Councilor Grant and Councilor Worzynowski wanted to add anything to the comments. Councillor Grant's good. Worzanowski's. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, everything is quite summarized in this summary provided by the three of us and summarized. I just wanted to add, it was interesting to meet Minister Bochenko because Alberta certainly is moving forward. It's the fastest growing industry in all of Alberta, tourism or sport tourism or both. And one of the focuses of the provincial government that the messages relayed to us is tourism is live and strong in the mountain areas, as everybody knows, but they really want to push tourism outside of the mountains. So an opportunity may exist for the city of Chestermere, given that we are a unique municipality offering things that many other municipalities can't. So it was an excellent conversation, and I look forward to council and administration following up with that ministry. Thank you.
Councillor Grant, Councillor Worzanowski. He said it was a $96 million industry. Was it a M or a B? It was a B. It was 96 B, correct? Yeah. So it's not. Yeah, but it was. Yeah, it was incredible, and it's a growing industry for sure. Something that we would love to be able to tap into, and also for myself, what I love about going to these is the opportunity that we have to connect with others. So I had an opportunity to sit with a couple of individuals that are economic development officers from other municipalities and just learn about how they interact with their councils and been able to bring that information back to administration. So one of the reasons why we're doing these three reports here, I should have opened this with my preamble. One of the reasons why we're doing these three reports is we wanted to demonstrate to the public, be accountable to the public, that when we go to these, to bring back in a report what council got out of participating in these, because there is a cost associated with going to conferences. But this council firmly believes that cost is well invested in being able to move our community forward. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be clear, it's $7.4 billion in spending across Canada.
There we go. Thank you. Councillor Worzanowski.
I'll just add, it's a small detail, but an important one. While there was three of us here from council, we all sat at different tables, and we were fortunate. It is like speed dating. You have somebody for about 15 minutes at your table, a deputy minister or a minister themselves. So between three of us sitting at those tables, you get about 80% of the guests in about 2 hours, which is an opportunity that might take you years otherwise. So it was very beneficial for us. And the highlight certainly was sport tourism, but there were other things that we certainly learned about funding, grants, and otherwise. But the relationship building gets us a seat at the table.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Are we accepting each of these for information? No. There's just reports. Okay, awesome. So then moving on to the Alberta Municipalities update. So I think it's absolutely incredible how far our community, how far the city of Chestermere and council has come within the last 2 years. And so we now have a representative from council who sits on the executive for the Mid-Sized Cities Mayors Caucus. That's myself. And then we all worked very, very diligently on a campaign for Councillor Sambo to get her elected. There were a lot of stickers worn and handed out and passed around with Councillor Sambo's name plastered pretty much everywhere at the conference. And I think it's worth noting that she not only won, but she actually beat an incumbent. She was on first ballot. She won. So what an incredible statement. So council, I think it's okay for us once in a while to be proud of the work that we have done as a council, certainly in cooperation with administration with regards to how we have moved Chestermere forward. It's incredible. When we look at the last couple of years, and now we have 2 members of our council that are sitting on provincial boards and are advocating. Again, the highlights from the conference, certainly the networking, the opportunity that we have to learn and professionally develop and connect with other elected officials, and the opportunity that we have to connect with various ministers and various other elected officials at the provincial provincial level and their senior staff certainly makes conferences like these very, very valuable. Again, all that information is contained within the report. It has my comments at the beginning and then ends with comments from all of our councillors. But again, just want to provide an opportunity for any councillor that would also like to add a comment with regards to the Alberta Munis Conference. Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning. And just one additional comment through you. Something that I've really noticed going to these conventions is how excited people are to see how far Chestermere has come. So some of the comments that I've gotten include people want a little bit of what Chestermere has. And I think that's amazing. The fact that we've become a really good team and we're working for our community is being seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Warzanowski captured a little bit in his comments with regards to the jerseys. And isn't there a saying, I don't know, Councillor Warzanowski, you're the quote guy. Isn't there a saying that says imitation is the highest form of flattery? Isn't that a quote from somewhere? And what we saw that some other municipalities are starting to go, oh, we should do jerseys too. And so we were certainly the jerseys certainly still continue to stand out. Councillor Warzanowski.
I'll add another quote. The name on the front is far more important than the name on the back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what we represent as a council.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. Any other comments from councillors with regards to AV Munis? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to add, even we all know Councillor Sambo is very specific about the social media and things for the comms. And I was her social media manager. I can say that during AB Munis to posting to vote for her. She gave me the compliment and I appreciate for that. She never, not even single time she said, oh no, this is not good, post like that. So I really proud of myself and thank you, Sambo, to give me feedback.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, and then last opportunity. And then finally, the last one that I want to bring up was the Rural Municipalities of Alberta RMA conference. So I attended this one. I had never attended RMA before. The difference is AB Munis is for all the villages, towns, cities in Alberta, whereas rural is for all of the counties, essentially. Counties and districts, and I am very, very glad that I went. I was debating whether or not I was going to go. I consulted with some of my colleagues at MCMC with our CAO. Our CAO has a background working with rural municipalities and some provincial colleagues. I kind of tossed the idea around, and after that, kind of got talked into going, if you will, and so glad that I went. Very, very grateful to Mayor Hanson from Sylvan Lake and Mayor Clayton from Grand Prairie, just be able to sit and learn from them and watch how they interacted with the counties that are near them. And so it really further motivated me to make sure that we're doing a good job connecting with Rocky View County. And we have a lot that's going on with Rocky View County. We had a great IMC meeting with Rocky View County this week. But I'm very, very glad that I went. It provided me the opportunity to be able to hear just even slight differences that were in the Premier's address, the address from the member of the official opposition, as well as Minister Williams, who's the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Just the small differences that are in their addresses when they are addressing AB Munis as opposed to when they are addressing RMA, but also the connections. Their trade show is next level at RMA. It is unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was wild to me. All the different equipment and stuff that they brought in. So certainly a very good conference. Lots of good connections. My recommendation to council would be that we not go to all of their conferences. I would not go to the fall and the spring, for example, having now experienced it. But I would certainly encourage future councils to go at minimum once every 2 years and to have the mayor or deputy mayor attend at minimum once every 2 years, if not every year, going to their fall conference. But certainly a very, very valuable use of time. Have been able to bring back a lot of very, very strong resources for our administration, and I learned a lot. at this conference. I would say that in terms of a professional development learning opportunity, I would say that my professional development was higher at this conference. I would also encourage our administration to further connect with their colleagues at Sylvan Lake as well. The more I chat with Mayor Hansen and representatives from Sylvan Lake, the more I'm starting to realize they're very, very similar to us in a lot of ways, not just because of the lake, but they're facing a lot of the similar things that we're facing right now with regards to their not-for-profits, with regards to their sports, with regards to development of their recreation. And so I'm really learning a lot the more I'm around some of these other municipalities of who we have things in common with. So that would be just my commentary. And again, I've captured everything in my report that's been presented to council and administration. I would open up the opportunity if council or administration had any questions of me with regards to RMA. Okay, with that, I believe then I see what we're doing. We're accepting the 3 reports for information. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the council report for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's Councillor Woznowski votes in favor, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Going to the Office of the CAO, traffic lights. We have a verbal update here. This is for item 8.1.1. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to council, there's been some questions just a few different times about the intersection on Rainbow Road and Dawson Way by Our Lady of Wisdom School, and just some complaints in from residents about when is something going to be done about that intersection. I've talked about it previously, but I thought it would be a good time to just refresh and update what the schedule looks like for that intersection. So originally that intersection in the original development agreement was scheduled for the end of when Dawson's Landing is in phase 5. So basically when Dawson's Landing was fully constructed out. We've worked with the developer to expedite that or move that forward. They've made a commitment. I've got a copy of the letter in front of me right now, just to begin installation of lights at that intersection in May of 2026. So kind of right when spring construction season gets rolling, their target is to be installing that in there. We've been working with them on the final design. That's already been submitted, so now we're just waiting for some good weather to happen. Of course, with all the caveats of assuming weather is good and contractor availability and that kind of thing, but just wanted to emphasize that they've been working with us very cooperatively and collaboratively to accelerate some improvements to that intersection for traffic flow and safety.
Great, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to make a comment that I'm really happy to hear that. It's fantastic. It is a dangerous intersection for sure. The likelihood of accidents there is always high. As we all know, there was an accident there the other day again. So I appreciate everybody getting together and speaking with the developers and moving this project along. I know it's important to the people in that area and some of the people that I talk to. So I want to thank administration for their efforts in that.
Thank you. I was just wondering if, I know that we do comms pieces in terms of, at the end of every meeting, we send out a comms piece that says all the things that we covered in that. I was wondering if on this, I think that this one would be worth a specialized, like, this is coming in May 2026 because we have, so I don't know if we need a motion from the committee to that, but I was just wondering if I see a nod from administration, maybe we can get a verbal confirmation. Mr. Edney, is that something we could highlight through our comms team with regards to your verbal update?
Yes, that's something we can put out a separate release on.
Great, thank you. With that, I believe we're accepting this for information. Can I have a councillor accept for information, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the traffic lights verbal update for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Councillor Woznowski, do you vote in favor? He votes in favor. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I need to apologize. I try and pride myself on remembering every detail in this job, and once in a while a detail gets ahead of me or away from me, I guess, and a detail slightly got away from me, and that would be the community standards bylaw. We were supposed to jump to that first, so I apologize for not jumping to that. So I'm going to jump down to item 8.4.1, which is the community standards bylaw review, being presented by Mr. Mike Fluker. I believe this is supposed to be at 9. This says that Blair is presenting, but I see that you are here. Is that correct? Awesome. With that, I'm going to move to bylaw 003-25, being the community standards bylaw. I'm going to turn this over to you, Mr. Fluker. Yes. Good morning.
My name is Mike Fluker, Director of Community Operations. I'm here to speak to the committee regarding the Community Standards Bylaw. This is a review and discussion, actually, for information. I believe that council may have some very specific questions after the last presentation of the Community Standards Bylaw. So from that point of view, I will open it up to Mayor and Council to ask any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I guess a specific, I did have one specific question, and then we'll move on to kind of a broader conversation. Under 9.1, it says that there are signs posted where the alcohol can be consumed. I just want to confirm that we have posted all of the proper signage in all of the areas for that with relation to 9.1.
Yes, through the mayor to the council, I will have to check on that to confirm.
Okay.
And I will get back to you in an email when I have that information.
Okay, so yeah, if we could please have that confirmed that we have done that, I think that would be great, because we do permit it in our parks year round. So because this is a year round item, not just a seasonal item, I think it would be good for us to confirm that the signage has been done. I guess from a greater conversation perspective, we'll open it up to council, but go back to administration, because I know that you've been working on this. Part of the reason why this came back was this came originally to our organizational meeting. We were having some conversations with regards to this, and we all know that we had just come off of, there's concerns around fireworks. At certain times of year, on certain holidays, whether that holiday be Canada Day or otherwise, there are concerns about private residents setting off fireworks. Thankfully, Chestermere has not had some of the situations that we've seen in some other municipalities, like as in cars lighting on fire and losing some homes due to fireworks. But I think part of the reason why we want to bring this back is there anything else that we should add to the bylaw when it comes specific to fireworks to help with that? And or are there some other steps that we can take around key times with regards to fireworks? So I would first go to administration with regards to that question, and then see if there's any other comments from council with regards to fireworks.
Yes, thank you for your question, Mr. Mayor, and to you and council. We believe that the Community Standards Bylaw, the way that it has been written, provides us, administration, and the CPOs in particular, with the ability to enforce this bylaw with respect to the fireworks. And the specific change, and the biggest change, was the fact that we can now charge a home owner. So if we can see and prove that fireworks came from a specific residence, we can charge. Some of that would involve a direct observation either by a peace officer and or a citizen who is willing to come forward and provide that evidence and be willing to go to court in respect to that. We're going to do a couple of things this year in this regard. There will be a greater presence with respect to what the laws are as we approach that time. We will post these kinds of things on our social media and on the city website. On the nights in question, we will be doing focus patrols. We're going to try to involve the RCMP in that as well, but we will have a full complement of CPOs out and patrolling all the areas. One of the things that's in our budget for this year, and it's not a very expensive item, but it is a drone and aerial capability, and we would employ that. We can see a lot more from the sky, and we should be able to pinpoint offending residences. So it will help and aid in laying some charges. And I suspect that once we do that, the message will get out. I don't think it's going to be a perfect answer to ending this, but I believe it will have a significant positive impact.
Okay, thank you. Going back, I would also call on our staff secretary here if he has anything. Is there anything missing in the bylaw that we could make it, does it need to be tighter? Do you have all the tools that you need to enforce this?
The answer to that is we don't know yet. I think we need to get into a actual enforcement of this bylaw and see if in fact we are missing anything, and then we would come back and revisit. I think it's too soon to go and make any changes.
Okay.
And I'm not aware of anything that we're missing, and I don't want to speak completely, but maybe Sergeant Sursik has comments.
I think we're, just as Director Fluker ended up saying right now, it's too soon to tell. Sorry, it's too soon to tell right now. I think we have relatively everything that we do need to enforce everything under the community standards bylaw. It's a lot tighter than it was. We're working on several other bylaws to ensure the same practice goes across everything else. So for the time being right now, I think we've got it as buttoned up as we possibly could right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney and to Mr. Fluker. How will you be assessing the effectiveness of this bylaw for the fireworks section 13, but also the rest of the bylaw? And how will this be reported back to council?
The assessment is done in two ways. We collect statistics, so that'll be with respect to the number of charges laid, and I think we can compare that to previous years with the number of complaints received as well. And with that metric and that comparison, we should be able to determine fairly quickly how effective this bylaw is.
Thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. This is actually maybe for Mike and Vlad. Can you guys just talk a little bit about the challenges that comes, not necessarily with what's in the bylaw, but actually being able to lay a charge when there aren't, like you say, I'll rewind a bit. I got a lot of feedback that, hey, there's fireworks going on everywhere, but we didn't do something about it. My understanding is, of course, we have to either see somebody doing it or we have to have a witness doing it. And just seeing spent fireworks on the ground isn't necessarily an indicator that they were shot off there, because somebody could throw them over the fence. Or so. Can you talk a little bit about those challenges, that even though the bylaw has what you need, the difficulties you still face actually enforcing some of these provisions?
So I'll let Sergeant Sursik speak to the specifics of what it'll take to actually lay a charge and get a conviction. But I think it's also worth noting that the public perception of what we can do and what actually can be done are two different things. And my hope is that with some education and some public information, people can understand that we need their support to actually make a charge happen. It's one thing to arrive on the scene after the fact and see spent fireworks laying on the ground somewhere, but that doesn't come anywhere close to being able to lay a charge. Vlad, if you want to talk about specifics of the evidence.
So one of the difficulties that we do have in regards to charging after the fact is witness cooperation. Nobody wants to be a bad neighbor, and nobody wants to have any bad blood with their neighbor in the community. Unfortunately, we require, when we're not specifically there to witness it, we require witness cooperation and help from their end to confirm which address ended up doing it. When it comes to getting a witness statement and them coming to court on it, sometimes it doesn't end up happening because they don't want to show up after the fact, and the ticket gets tossed if we end up doing it that way. Or most of the times, the issues that we do face is they just don't want to let their neighbor know that they're the ones that ended up complaining. So unless we have actual boots on the ground and we have members actively patrolling specific areas, now that we know Dawson area, Chelsea area, Kinneberg, some of our hotter zones, I suppose, when it comes to some of the infractions that were happening with fireworks, we can direct our patrols to those spots a little bit better, and I can end up having more members on the ground dealing with that and coming across some of these issues and deal with it right then and there.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think it's a regular part of the process to report back on this to council. Would that be correct through you, Mr. Edney? So we don't. I haven't seen a report like this where we see the number of calls and the number of charges on each item. That wouldn't be a normal part of the process coming back to council.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Sandbo. Right now, it isn't a regular process. It's something we had sort of started doing early in 2024, was to do some, we do our regular quarterly variance reporting. We're going to start doing that for capital budget. Something I'm going to work with the departments too is to bring back some regular reporting on these types of things, especially from CPO, fire, that kind of thing. So we're not necessarily doing it right now, but we will, and this could be part of those updates that we do for you in
Follow
2026.
up then. Mr. Edney, would it be helpful if we passed a resolution to that effect for this one in particular, to have a report come back in a year's time?
If you think it would be helpful, yeah, we could do something sort of at the end of 2026 to see how enforcement went, and may potentially review any updates to the community standards bylaw that might be needed.
I would certainly support that motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to put that motion forward. We could try something. Sure. I hear about fireworks a lot. We all do, but also a lot of other things in this bylaw. So I would really like to make sure that a report comes back to assess the effectiveness of the current bylaw and see if we need any additional changes. Let me see. It needs to be a recommendation to administration. Is that what we can do for GAP?
Yeah, so
Direct administration, Your Worship?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Sorry, I kind of cut you off there, but you can direct administration to do work. You just can't approve bylaws or expenditures or those kind of things here. So you can direct administration to bring back a report by the end of November 2026 to governance and priorities, to
Right.
update the effectiveness of this community standards bylaw or something to that effect.
Yeah, so Ledge Services, what he just said.
Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to bring back a report assessing the effectiveness of bylaw number 003-25, being the community standards bylaw, including number of reports, is that the right word, and number of charges.
And any recommendations for changes? Because you had also talked about that.
And recommendations for changes. Is that, when I say number of reports, is that what it's called when someone calls in with a complaint?
Yeah.
Would that be correct? Okay. Could I also change that, please? Number of reports and number of charges over 3 years. I'd like to see that compared to other years. And any recommendations for changes.
The only problem with that is we've made so many changes to the community centers bylaw.
I understand. Yeah.
So, and I'm seeing some shaking of heads on the other side here.
We need a trajectory. We need to see something to compare. Otherwise, it's just numbers.
The only issue with going over 3 years is our new reporting system. The way that the old reporting system ended up getting filtered with regards to offenses, locations, it has not communicated 100% with the new system. So for me to be able to pull those stats would be very difficult. I can get you for 2025 and 2026 very accurately, but I'm not going to be able to get for the past 3 years with respect to that, unfortunately.
In that case, 2 years. Something to compare, because if you tell me there was 100 charges, that's a great number. I have no idea if that's good.
And we can make this part of our annual reporting system. We just do it on an annual basis going forward.
Okay. Councillor Samuel, do you want to go ahead with that motion?
Time. Bring back a report by the end of November 2026. This one's a mouthful. Sure, that works. I'll give that one a go, Your Worship.
Yep.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to bring back a report assessing the effectiveness of Bylaw 003-25, being the Community Standards Bylaw, including the number of reports and the number of charges over 2 years and any recommendations for changes, and to bring back the report before the end of November 2026.
Okay, so I'm going to clear, I see that I have 2 green lights. I'm going to clear both of those just for a moment. And I have the order in my head. Don't worry, gentlemen. Any comments or questions with regards to the motion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Councillor Wozinski, do you vote in favor? Councillor Wozinski votes in favor. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I will now go to Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, that was an excellent motion. I'd also like to chat about noise abatement. I get a lot of complaints about noise. I think we all do. But one of the things that I'm not seeing here, and maybe you, through the chair to our presenters, could you talk about vehicular noise and how we can start addressing vehicular noise in Chestermere?
Vehicular noise is covered under the traffic control bylaw. The new revised traffic control bylaw will be coming to you guys sometime in the new year. It'll be covering a lot of that as well. So currently right now we have methods of enforcement for loud vehicles that we can charge under the current bylaw and will be on the other bylaw as well. There is also provisions under the Traffic Safety Act as well that we can end up utilizing too.
Councillor Schindler?
Sorry, would that be inclusive of stationary vehicles, say, being worked on in their garages, or would that also be or with off-road vehicles?
Stationary vehicles would end up falling under the community standards bylaw with respect to noise coming from a property. We can deal with that if somebody's working on their vehicle, revving their motor, etc. We can approach it from that way. When it comes to off-road vehicles, you're talking about ATVs, side-by-sides and stuff on the roadways.
I see a lot of our off-road in our parks, going through at night or in the evenings, just ripping through our parks. So
yeah, so certainly that one, we haven't personally gotten any reports when it comes to off-road vehicles in parks. If we do get something like that, I would like for that to actually come to our department, just so we know a time that we can go, because we could take a patrol vehicle down most of these areas and deal with it. Or if we know a specific spot, I could easily put a vehicle somewhere there and deal with that, no problem. But that would also fall under the noise abatement that we can end up charging without a doubt, no issues.
Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration. So I've got a couple of them. I'll try and go through them really quickly. I'll identify these with some additional comments, starting with 4.1 with respect to littering and unlawful waste violation. My only comment to that is, can we actually make sure that we actually do have enough receptacles around the city and green spaces? We do hear from residents that there's not enough. So just, maybe these are just some low-hanging fruits. My other comment is with respect to 4.7.
Sorry, before you move on from 4.1, I think what we would need for that, Deputy Mayor, is we would need some specifics.
Okay.
I think administration would need some specific locations. So I guess what I would encourage all of us to do, as we are going to be in budget conversations here over the next couple of days, perhaps what we could do during our budget conversations, because I know that one of the things that we are discussing for our parks is like benches, gazebos, that sort of thing. So perhaps trash receptacles could also be something. So maybe to encourage council for us to bring forward some specific areas that we're hearing that are of concern, and perhaps that could be part then of the budget conversations.
Yeah, no, most certainly, Your Worship. That's a good suggestion. So I just wanted to air it out here, and then we can pick it up when we were discussing this in the budget.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Deputy Mayor, you want to go to 4.7?
Yes, please. 4.7. Again, this is a good suggestion. No person shall place any sign, leaflet, or what have you. Again, my comment here would be, what is it that we can do to support our businesses? Again, I'm not looking for staff, response. Maybe from Mr. Edney, something to think about. I get the idea behind limiting the amount of leaflets and pamphlets, because at the end of the day, they just end up on the ground. But if there is an alternative way to support, especially new businesses, right? They do want that promotion. So I don't know if this is something that we want to revisit during budget.
Yeah, so Deputy Mayor, I will take that just really quick. Just a reminder for all of us, Mr. Fluker at our last meeting, that there is provisions within some of our other bylaws, if you will, or I apologize. The word will come to me here in a moment. There are provisions under what administration is able to do where they have some latitude. So, for example, we had a business that is one of our longer established businesses who had a sign out, and we have now given them an exemption so that they may have that sign out for, their steak sandwiches. And so that sign has been done. So there are some provisions where administration is able to do that. I think the intent of this one is on city polls, for example, and things like that. But certainly I think we're going to have a conversation here later this morning about how we can further support our businesses. But I do think it is worth pointing out again that we had made an exception for a business with regards to one of their signs that had been posted. Mr. Fluker?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, and I some ideas come to mind as you speak of this, and it might be appropriate for businesses that are applying for a business license for us to discuss with them the things that they can do to try and be proactive to help them out with the start of their business with respect to where they can place signs and where they can't place signs. So I'll take that as a takeaway and address it internally.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, was there anything else on 4.7?
Yes, no, not on 4.
Sorry, then if I may, because I have a 4.7 as well. Should this bylaw in any way, I'm not saying under 4.7, I'm just wondering if this bylaw in any way should make any kind of reference to the temporary sign bylaw. So this also relates back to what Deputy Mayor was just speaking about, because in our temporary sign bylaw, one of the things that we're trying to eliminate is all of the lawn signs, if you will, that we see everywhere outside of elections, because we want it to be a level playing ground, and we see a lot of non-Chestermere businesses coming in and putting up those signs. I'm just wondering if there's a place for that. I know that this is something that council has been passionate about with regards to referencing of other bylaws, but we do have 2 separate bylaws that now cover this. So I'm wondering from a ledge services perspective, is that something that should be referenced here, or they are really 2 separate things and we should just keep them separate as such?
I don't believe that we need to reference them.
Okay.
They can be separate. They cover relatively the same things, and they don't need to be shown in the other bylaws that they do reference each other, because the temporary signs on highways bylaw is pretty well worded with regards to how we're going to enforce signage and everything else, and this one covers just a very small portion while the other one covers a broader portion of it.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had for. Do you have one on 4.7, Councillor Grant?
I had a comment.
Sorry.
Yes, Mayor, I had a comment on that. I also want to make sure that it's not redundant. Like, if it doesn't need to be in here, then why don't we just leave it where it belongs?
Right, and that's what we're saying, is that it is not. And so that's what I just
So we're
wanted
going
to.
to remove it.
No.
We're going to leave it.
Everything stays. So it's,
So it's
this is
redundant.
speaking about leaflets and pamphlets. The other one's talking about signs.
Fair.
Yeah. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, you had another one?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. 4.10, just had a question for staff on how long will you be holding on to the signs that you'll be keeping in storage? Is that something that you feel should be in here, or is that discretionary?
So you said 4.1.
Oh, 4.10, yeah.
4.10. Okay,
4.10, yeah.
thank you.
Through the mayor to Deputy Mayor Narayan. I don't have a clear answer for that. Typically, what we do when we collect is we'll hold the signs for 30 days if we have room for storage. And if an individual or business comes looking for the sign, then they can typically get them back. Whether or not we need to add this to the bylaw is a good question that I don't have a quick answer to.
Yeah, just maybe something to even think about. And even if, you want to put 30 days, 60 days, or just discretionary, because, realistically, just how long are you going to hold on to it, right? And at some point, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe, and you're suggesting that we just make a statement as to the time frame and disposal of the signs?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, you're good?
had
Oh, you got another one?
someone-
No, you're good.
5.13. No person shall interfere with or obstruct a city employee engaged in a performance. If it'd be possible to define the two terms, interfere and obstruct, at the very top with all the definitions, because I find it quite, it can be quite ambiguous as to what it is.
If I may take a stab at it, when I personally read this, and I'm reading this in the simplest form possible, this is somebody obstructing a city employee from doing their job. And if they're prohibiting them from doing it, we can deal with them and charge them accordingly then at that point, and ask them to leave an open space as well, which is also covered under this bylaw. So it's kind of a two-way thing that we can end up ensuring that nobody's going to be going and stopping a city employee from doing their job that they need to be doing, cutting grass, whatever may be, whatever sort of maintenance.
Thank you, but I think what Deputy Mayor is getting at is if we could simply add a definition of interfere and a definition for obstruct in the definitions. Is that where you're going?
Yes, yeah. And here's where I'm coming from. Just to, so there's no ambiguity. A resident telling, a city employer that, hey, an employee that, you shouldn't be cutting the grass because it's, maybe you should drop it, an inch, or we should leave it for now. Is that obstruction? Is that, impeding in the work? I just think it'll be of value if we put some definitions. Ordinarily, I wouldn't be asking for it, but it's just that because, we're using interfere and an obstruction as the act or the omission. I think there's definitely value in conceptualizing those.
Yep, thank you for your comments. We'll look into that and come back with some recommendations.
Deputy Mayor?
And thank you. I think that, sorry, I just have one last question. I didn't see anything with respect to, and I know some of it is already in the criminal code, but in terms of a bylaw, restricting people from having signs that portrays hate crime. So what is right now restricting me from having a Nazi flag or an ISIS flag?
would you state that for me again?
Yeah, so we don't. In terms of, so there might be, something in the criminal code with respect to waving flags, or even having flags fly outside your homes that promotes hate or hate crime. I didn't see anything in here that would restrict somebody from flying a flag that promotes hate.
I think I appreciate what you're saying, and I think we're stepping into territory that is probably federal jurisdiction and is probably covered extensively. So do we need to, is the problem significant enough that we should try and address it?
I was just thinking being proactive, because right now there just isn't anything that I'm aware of in terms of bylaws. So if somebody were to be, flying a hate flag, what tool would you have to tell a resident that you need to put that down because it's not appropriate, because it doesn't meet our community standards?
I'm not too sure if that would fall under community standards. There might be something under the unsightly premises bylaw.
Sure, just something to
give you.
Yeah.
I don't want to give you an answer without thinking about it, because sometimes when something like that comes across that's a little bit more complex,
Indeed.
it takes quite a bit of research for us to apply maybe other bylaws or something else to kind of deal with that, right? So I unfortunately don't have an answer for you right now with respect to that.
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting one right now, because this will eventually come back to council.
Yeah,
This-
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I'm making a list of action items to come out of this year. So
it's wonderful.
I have an action item here related now to that.
Okay, and those will be all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a oh, sorry, oops. Deputy Mayor, stop pushing buttons. There we go. I had a quick question actually related to this. Now that you bring that up, I noticed that community standards bylaw, and we have a difference in a community standards bylaw and unsightly premises bylaw. I'm just wondering why they're two separate bylaws.
That's a very good question, and I can't tell you why there are two separate bylaws, other than the fact that there are. So the current unsightly and nuisance premises bylaw, I think, was passed in 2019, and we're in the, we are currently looking at it and rewriting that unsightly and nuisance premises bylaw. Should it be part of the community standards bylaw?
It's massive.
Okay.
The unsightly premises bylaw, currently right now, even as it is, it's a very large bylaw. The redraft that's coming is probably going to be bigger, but it addresses everything.
Okay.
I mean, everything for us to be able to deal with any unsightly property in the city, from tall grass to areas of concern that have stuff falling off of the houses. Houses don't look good, making the neighborhoods look terrible, et cetera, et cetera. It's a very large bylaw that
Okay.
gives us all the tools. That's why it's separate. That's most municipalities do it separately as well, just
Okay.
for ease of being able to find stuff.
So, Mr. Mayor, let's get that one done. We'll bring it back to you, and then we'll know. Got it. Councillor Schindler.
Thank you. I just wanted to verify if any of the Schedule A items have been increased or decreased in this bylaw, or will they come back with adjustments? The penalties, both minimum and specified.
Some of these we have increased, but they've kind of gone in line with most of the other bylaws, and we're trying to make a uniform all across the board with all of these bylaw redrafts and revisions.
Mr. Eddie?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just for clarity, we don't set these rates. With these were brought to council and council approved them as part of the bylaw. Just for clarity.
Great. I'm just wondering if those have been updated in this one that we're seeing. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Two final ones, and then we got to move on because we got to make sure we're ready for budget here at 1 o'clock. Just very, very quickly, 8.9 shall not apply to John Peak Park. Oh, sorry. Shall not apply to John Peak Park boat launch or to officers of a fire department, a peace officer, or authorized city employee. Does peace officer include fish and wildlife?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Police officer under the criminal code is defined as a police officer. It's broad range, so it'll cover everybody.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'm just wondering if in section 11, does there need to be anything added because there's different levels of a fire ban? Should there be any acknowledgement of that, or the fact that it's a fire ban and then whatever level that is, you have to meet that particular level? Does that cover that within section 11 of fire bans?
The fire department ended up having a lot of input on this one.
Okay.
This is them helping us out strongly with this because we had them significantly involved when it comes to fire bans. As far as I'm aware, I think we got all our bases is covered with this one through them and what they wanted to see in it as well.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so with that, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 action items. So, going to be looking to our CEO here to see which ones we need to make motions out of this. So, number 1 was comment from administration about being proactive with new licenses when they apply for a business license, so that they know what they can and cannot do. I don't think there's any motion needed for that at all. That is simply admin's going to do that cross department communication, which I think is great. Deputy Mayor was looking for a criteria for how long we are keeping them. So I also have define, interfere, and obstruct. How can we address signage and flags that promote hate and bring back and that unsightly? So I was wondering if in one motion, Josh, I'm going to ask for your help here if I can, so that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to bring back the community standards bylaw to a governance and priorities meeting and address, and there'll be 3 bullet points: criteria for keeping signs under section, I think that was something 4.10. Definition of interfere or obstruct. And how we can address signage and flags that promote hate. Yeah, how can we address signage and flags that promote hate? And if we said by the end of March, No, so can we just, sorry, instead of to a future, can we just say to the March? No, to the March Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. Because we only have one. Does that work? To the March 2026. To the March 2026. There we go. Good. Okay. I think that hit all the action items that we talked about. I have one more, but okay. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor.
So move the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to bring back the Community Standards Bylaw to the March 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting and address the following criteria for keeping signs under section 4.10, adding a definition for obstruct and interfere, and how can we address signage and flags that promote hate.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Sorry, I'm also just stalling to make sure I didn't miss anything. Because we also had the other one that's going to address the fireworks piece. Yeah, I think we're good. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Councilor Wozanowski, do you vote in favor? Yes. Councilor Wozanowski votes in favor, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So you made mention that you guys are already working on a brand new unsightly premises bylaw. So then, if you're already working on it, then I think that one will become part of our regular agenda prep that happens. So we don't need a motion for that right now because admin's already working on something, and we're going to make that a part of the agenda prep. So Josh, here after the break, when he starts talking about the council priority link, he could talk about how the mayor could add that to the council priority link so that we can have that added to a future agenda. And that, my friends, is called a teaser going into a break. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back at 10:25. Thanks, everybody. Good morning again, everyone. Just coming back from our first break here. We are now going to go back in the agenda, so to speak, to item number 5.1, Town Center Traffic and Safety Study. And this is being presented by Sami El Hanawe, Manager of Asset Services, and Stephen Power, Senior Transportation Planner. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Samuel Hinawi, Manager of Asset Services at the City. And with me today, I have Stephen Power from EXP. And the topic that we're presenting on today is the Town Center Traffic and Safety Study. Please note that during my presentation, all my comments will be addressed through the CEO to Mayor and all members of Council. The recommendation that I'm bringing forward today in the motion is that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the Town Center Traffic Safety Study, Existing and Future Conditions Report, and the accompanying presentation for information. So the study was initiated to improve connectivity, accessibility, safety, and address current operational pressures, all while ensuring the transportation network within the study limits can accommodate the future growth within the area. So in terms of the project limits, so the study area covers Chestermere Boulevard, West Chestermere Drive, Marina Drive, Station Way, and all the adjacent streets, focusing really on traffic operations, safety performance, and pedestrian cycling conditions and the future network needs as well. So what this study does is it informs the future capital planning, because it informs the long-term capital planning by identifying some phased short, medium, and long-term infrastructure needs to ensure that the future investment that we make is strategic, coordinated, and aligned with the city's mobility priorities. And with that, I'll pass it on to Stephen Power, who will walk you through the presentation and all the details. Question.
Thank you. All right, I think I just advanced these this way. Thanks, everybody, and I'm happy to come to present our final findings of the Town Center Traffic and Safety Study. As you know, we've been talking about this area for a long time. I've been talking about this area for a long time, longer than most of you have been here. Longer than all of you have been here. So it was really nice to have this come together into a single study instead of sort of dealing with all these one-offs and little pieces here and there and reacting to some issue in one area. This study brought it all together. And so we're looking at the entire town center area, roughly outlined in the dashed orange line there on the screen. Not exactly that, though it's a rough, sort of soft boundary, but that's roughly the area we're looking at. So really looking at the streets within the sort of retail area of the town center. We worked with a number of guiding principles, and it's important to sort of look at this. It's not a purely technical study. Our outcomes that we're looking for are not purely technical. We're trying to help create a better space, better place for the city. So we're recognizing that it's a unique part of Chestermere, and that our solution should be unique and reflective of that unique nature of this part of the city. We need to connect to the lake. We can't have our transportation system turning it back on the lake. The streets need to be inviting, and they need to be attractive. This needs to help make the town center a place that people want to come to, not just a through space for cars. Pedestrian access to businesses is essential. So we need to make sure that we're supporting that and that our streets are designed to help make that happen. We want to prioritize getting those people to businesses and to the amenities in the town center, the beach, to wherever. And that's a priority over just moving cars through the town. So creating a to space rather than a through space. And then finally, we want to make sure we take care of the current needs. Then we should prioritize current needs, but we should be considering the long-term needs as we go through and address all those current needs. So looking at traffic, we did a couple of traffic counts. We did one in the spring, one in the summer. And there's some interesting results. There were some permanent, sort of long-term tube counts put out on Station Way and Marina Drive. They got 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we collected over a period of a couple of weeks in each of those periods. Interesting to see that weekends are busier. which I'll get to in a moment in terms of what the cause is. And it's interesting to see Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday being quite low. It really does indicate that this is not employment-based traffic, not surprising, but that we're really seeing a trend towards recreation and retail traffic, and more retail than even recreation. We'll see in a moment. And I won't get into all of the details on these graphs. You can take them and dissect them all you like. But basically, I think what's important, when you look at the May numbers, you do see some trends that are around, around commuter traffic. You see a little bit of a bump in the morning. You see a higher peak later in the afternoon. When we get to our July traffic, yes.
Sorry, quick question. I should have done this at the beginning. Do you want us to hold off till the end with questions, or do you want us to interrupt?
I'm good with questions as they go.
Okay, Councillor Sam.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney and on to the presenters. Backing up to the guiding principles slide, this might be a little bit outside of scope, so if it is, let's not go off on a tangent. But if we're talking about prioritizing getting people to the businesses and amenities, are we finding that right now that is what's happening? It seems to me a lot of people are moving through this area to get to work.
Yep, there's a bit of both, and that's where the traffic volumes that I was just starting to go through start to point to what's really happening. I'll jump forward because your question is actually well timed.
Can I pause you just 1 second?
Yes.
Because my real question, because I saw that later in the presentation, but my real question is, if that's the intent, then is this talking about how to divert people around, or what would be the next phase of figuring out how to divert people around this area so that they're not traveling through?
I will address that. It is not about simply shutting down the ability to go through. It's about where you set your priorities and scaling things to recognize how much through traffic there is. And I was going to talk about this later, but you brought the question up, so I'll mention it now. One of the things about this, and it's important to remember, is that traffic growth in this area is not expected to be all that great. Westmere is built out. There's really only one major parcel in the town center left to be built out. There could be some intensification of the town center. We're a long way off from that. Most of the development here is relatively new in that context. We're not looking at a lot of redevelopment in the relatively near term. So we're not looking at significant traffic growth, except as you may attract people to your town center. So the through traffic that you'd expect generated by the Westmere residential area, given that area is built out, we are not expecting to see much traffic growth from that. So that's not where the traffic is going to come from. So I think that sort of speaks to that bit around, how much do we have to accommodate for through traffic? We're already accommodating it. So we're not looking at having to expand capacity. And in fact, as I'll talk about later, we are looking at the ability to restrict capacity a little bit in order to turn some of that, some of the space over to pedestrians and streetscaping and that sort of thing. But I'll come back to that in a moment. So, but I think to the question, and it actually was well timed in this slide. As I mentioned before, when you take a look at the May traffic, which is the solid line, the weekday traffic, you can see a little bit of peaking in there around commuter traffic, which shows us we do have some commuter traffic. However, when you combine it with this slide and you start taking a look at the summer and some of those other things, we start to see that our traffic is not dominated by commuter traffic. It's actually dominated more by traffic that's coming on weekends, traffic that's coming midday. And the weekend traffic, as you can see in both these slides, is higher than our weekday traffic. And we start looking at the times of day, you start looking at the seasonality, because we're higher in May than we are in the summer, which was a bit of a surprise to me. I thought we'd see, and it was good weather. We made a point of doing the counts in good weather. We actually held off a week and a half. We got a bunch of rain in the middle of July, so we held off till that rain went, and we got good weather because we did want to get the effect of the beach. It's pretty clear that most of the traffic is dominated by the retail business. And the profiles we're seeing are very typical of what you would see for retail traffic. Peaks on Saturday, midday peaking, peaking sort of that sort of noon time. All that sort of reflects a retail type profile for traffic. So that's really what the dominant force is in terms of your traffic generation in the town center. This is just a heat map of collisions. So basically, it's a density of collisions. The only thing I would say is use it with a little bit of caution. Some of the older data wasn't georeferenced. That means it didn't have X and Y coordinates, so it was only driven by a description. Sometimes those descriptions are off. If you look at this, you would think that in front of the registry we have a huge number of collisions. That's because a lot of that stuff was, the collisions in that parking lot were coded to that location. You can spread it out. The big thing on here is we have a couple of key locations at intersections where we're seeing high numbers of collisions, and we're seeing a lot of collisions in the town center and parking lots. So in areas you don't have much control over. Again, not all that odd. Shopping centers tend to be a high source of collisions. But when you take a look at it, West Chestermere Drive, those are where we're seeing a good chunk of the collisions. The Chestermere Boulevard, West Chestermere Drive, at Station Way, West Chestermere Drive, at Main Street, and of course those are the areas that we're addressing through this study. I'm not going to go through every one of these, but this is just a quick reference in terms of what the traffic operations look like by movement. So we've just shown what the movements are. Anything in green, any arrow in green or blue is actually operating pretty well today. If it's in orange, yeah, we're running into problems, and if it's red, we've got a big problem. Today, not bad. In the future, we start to see a lot more red, particularly at Chestermere Boulevard, West Chestermere Drive. But a few other spots we're starting to see red. So again, the existing in the afternoon peak, right? Really, West Chestermere Drive that we know about, at Station Way that we know about is an issue. But that problem starts to get worse. And that's happening without a huge amount of additional traffic, as I talked about before. There's some additional, but it's not a massive amount. So we've got some sensitivities there. We also looked at active transportation using a couple of different metrics. One is called the multimodal level of service. And we can see that, again, West Chestermere Drive and Chestermere Boulevard are where the problems are, but also what a metric called the level of traffic stress. And these are both for cycling. The pedestrian ones are actually not bad. They're not existent, actually, on Chestermere Boulevard. But elsewhere in the town center, the pedestrian level of service and level of traffic stress is not bad. But for cycling, Chestermere Boulevard is terrible, and West Chestermere Drive is not good. And an LTS of 3 or 4 really means at 3, it's uncomfortable except for the most confident, and at 4, it's uncomfortable even for confident cyclists.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, backing up a second, movement failing is defined as?
Yeah, so movement failure is defined as, I'll keep it simple, a delay of around a minute. Anything over about that. Basically what it means is you have vehicles arriving faster than they can be processed through an intersection, is the sort of general approach. Be very careful. I know we use level of service A, B, C, D, E, F, sounds like school grades. A grade of C in school you may not have been happy with, and traffic we're quite happy with it. It actually C is kind of the sweet spot where you've kind of got the right level of traffic control for the amount of traffic you have. D's not bad. A and B you probably have almost two. You're probably overdone things a little bit. E and F are running into problems.
Sorry, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I have so many clarifying questions, so I understand what you're presenting to us. So on this, it says future PM.
Yeah.
PM, does that mean afternoon?
Yes, afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what time frame for the future are we looking at here?
Yeah, so we're looking at the 70,000 population horizon.
Okay. And you had just previously said that we're not expecting more traffic coming from growth in that immediate neighborhood. So this is assuming that we're attracting more people to the area?
Yeah, that's right.
So how do you determine how many people are coming to the area?
Yeah. So we use the city's transportation model. It was developed as part of the transportation master plan update a couple of years back. It doesn't mean there isn't any new growth in residential. It means it's very little. It's not growing at the rate it would have in the past. So there is some growth. We do expect to see some intensification of growth in the area. There's also some still undeveloped retail area in the town center, plus just additional. As the city grows to 70,000 people, there's going to be more people wanting to come to the businesses that are here now. So there is some growth. It's just not. It's not the kind of growth you've seen in the past. It's not that, and it's not the same type of growth as you've seen in the past. Specifically, most of the growth is going to be in the retail business. And so again, we use the transportation model for the city that was developed a few years ago. Cool. All right. I'm not going to get into every option we looked at because we would be here well into your budget discussion, so I won't do that. But I will say that we did go through and do, at every area we had at least a couple of options to look at. And we have an evaluation criteria that we applied. Looks an awful lot like the guiding principles, which is intentional. But we wanted to take a look at how unique is the option. Does it support connections to the lake? Does it support a system that's inviting and attractive for everybody? Does it contribute to businesses? Does it address current and future needs? Does it address safety, particularly for vulnerable road users, pedestrians, people who have disabilities, that sort of thing? And we did this on a comparative basis. When we were looking at, we had 3 options at a particular location. We did them as a comparison between them, not as an absolute. Otherwise, quite often, if you do it as absolute, they all get the same rating. So we did them comparative, which one was better than the others as we went through it. So again, I'm not going to go through every option. Instead, this is what we've come up with as the recommended preferred network. I'm going to run through each of the areas a little bit, so I won't go through them all here, but the arrows represent the number of through lanes, not the number of lanes at intersections, right? Because intersections are treated a bit differently. And then the traffic control that we would have at, that we're recommending at various locations. So, going through them each one at a time. West Chestermere Drive, Station Way, we've seen this one before, but it includes the signalization of that intersection and some geometric improvements, and that design is being worked on right now. West Chestermere Drive, Marina Drive, we're recommending a roundabout at this location. We can do this with a single lane roundabout. We've tested it at the 70,000 population, and we actually even added a little extra just to make sure that it still works as a single lane. Single lane roundabouts, much easier to navigate than the multi-lane roundabout like you have on at Rainbow and McGanser. Much simpler. These work really nicely, and safety-wise, they perform well. We've located this one in that intersection so that we avoid any property impacts to the north. As it gets into detailed design, there's a big utility box that, now it doesn't sound like a big deal, but it's a big deal. And as it gets into design, that'll have to figure that out. It might be a case of moving the sidewalk around the other side of it or something like that. That was sort of the one thing that sort of stands out, but it performs well and has, it's long-term, has some real longevity to it. We don't see it ever needing to be replaced. West Chestermere Drive, Main Street, again, it would be basically a bit like Station Way, where we would be going down to a single through lane, so shared through right, and a dedicated left turn lane. I think I've mentioned to you before, these 4-lane roads without turn lanes, the left lane effectively acts as the left turn lane, and you just get people stop behind and getting frustrated. Just put them into the right lane and have all the through traffic in one lane. It makes way more sense. Again, I'm not sure why this road was ever 4 lanes to begin with. It's never needed to be 4 lanes. 2-lane road with turn lanes. With turn lanes, that's the key. Get the left turners out of the flow. Works just fine, and it works fine for as long as we can predict traffic out through here. I think it was done arbitrarily because it was an entry road. That's how you just did it. You built 4 lanes. By removing that extra lane, we get some room back for pedestrians. We get some room back for streetscaping. It gives us the opportunity to do something with West Chestermere Drive that really makes it feel like you're in your town center, that you're really being pulled into someplace special, not just another through road. And that's really what the intent is. Chestermere Boulevard, we're showing 4-laning here. We're showing a few interesting things, though. At Marina Drive, where there's currently a signal, we're suggesting a roundabout. This would be a multi-lane roundabout. When I say multi-lane, it's actually got 3 lanes in it. And the 3rd lane is ultimately, the plan is for there to be a BRT, a median BRT that looks like 17th Avenue, running on Chestermere Boulevard as far as Marina Drive. And that red lane on the inside is actually a bus priority lane. So it would give buses a chance to jump through the queue, come out of that median lane and get them into the town center, which is what the intent was back in the 2014 Chestermere Boulevard corridor plan. We're also showing a short connection between Station Way and Chestermere Boulevard, sort of mid-block. And again, that was highlighted in the Chestermere Boulevard corridor plan 10 years ago. And that really gives another outlet for traffic. It really starts to help the Chestermere Boulevard, West Chestermere Drive intersection, which is going to be problematic in the future. And it gives the opportunity for some people to make left turns that also get some of the right turns out of there. It does. We're not showing it as allowing left turns onto Chestermere Boulevard, because that's tough. But Chestermere Boulevard would allow for left turns off. And the reason it works is because the upstream signal at West Chestermere Drive creates gaps in the traffic. So therefore, you can get those gaps to turn left. off of Chestermere Boulevard. Turning onto Chestermere Boulevard won't work. And it's because you've got to get gaps in both directions there, whereas we only need gaps in one direction for the left turns off, and we can get those from the signal. We're showing at Windermere Drive and Marina Drive that ultimately we will require signals at this intersection. And so we're showing it as signalized. And with Marina Drive, we actually have enough room to squeeze that left turn lane in without moving the curbs. We can do this all with paint. So the signal obviously can't be done with paint, but everything else can be done with paint. So we don't need to widen the roadway. It means just taking some of the on-street parking away, which is not an issue because you have a wild oversupply of parking in your town center. Wonderful. People will never have a problem parking. But it means we can take some of it away to do things like this and not have it have an impact on anything.
Councillor Schindler?
Yes, if I may speak directly about this intersection, of course. Going just a few slides ahead or behind, showing the proposed overall plan. I'm noticing that one of our main complaints is at Marina and West Chestermere is the stopping. When we put a signal at Windermere, we're sort of we are creating another stop. Could you talk to me about why you chose, or why we chose, or why the design has a light there instead of another roundabout?
It has a lot to do with one of the issues. In fact, one of the issues of this intersection is it's not great for trucks, particularly that left turn. Point is, there's no need for trucks to make a left turn there. The difference on Marina is that intersection at Windermere is the primary access into that shopping center for all the delivery trucks. So all the trucks going to the rear of the station, we would have to make the roundabout a little bit bigger than this one would even be in order to support all that truck movement. So it's much easier to leave it alone and work with a more conventional intersection when you have a lot of those trucks. You could do a roundabout. You'd have to make it big enough and you'd have to start taking some property.
Right.
When we looked at it, we thought, you know what, the dominant movement is still going to be Marina Drive. They're still going to get the majority of the green time. It's one signal. We've taken away the signal at Chestermere Boulevard. We've not gone with a signal at Marina. You can have a few signals. This is going to be a town center, right? And I think it works fine. Yeah, you're going to get some delay. The average delay, if I recall, it's somewhere in the range of 10 seconds a vehicle. And don't quote me on that, but it's somewhere in that range. It's not very high. We're operating a good level of service. The problem is the Windermere Drive traffic can't go anywhere if we don't put a signal in or do something at that intersection. So the net delay is actually not all that great. Yeah, people will have to stop, but it's town center.
Yeah. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Power. You made a comment that blew my mind a second ago that said there was more than enough parking in town center. Can we talk about that for a little bit?
Absolutely.
Specifically for this turn lane on Marina Drive. So as part of your analysis, is that also including the parking for the residences in those condos? Because I can tell you those condo residents do not feel that they have enough parking.
Yeah, so you're right. The only place that we have any amount of on-street parking in the town center is that stretch from Windermere to Marina. Looking at this, you're losing about 2 to 3 parking stalls that aren't currently being used. You need to be a little further north before you start getting that parking. And the supply of parking, yes, there is some residential demand, and I will call it demand as opposed to anything else for parking up there. For the rest of the town center, Station Way, how many cars do you ever see parked on Station Way? Mm-hmm. Almost none. And yet there's parking both sides allowed, right?
So, Mr. Power, you're saying it would be 2 or 3 spots that would need to be removed there on one side of the road.
Because you can't park right at the intersection, right? Mm-hmm. So there's 5 meters already. You know, this lane is only about 15 to 20 meters. So you're losing, maybe three stalls that currently really aren't being used in this part. It's a little further north of here where you start seeing the real congestion of parking.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I have a couple of questions. My first question is, through the chair, through Mr. Edney, and to you, Mr. Power. I like what I see. This is great. It's it seems seamless. My question is, though, you'd mentioned that some of the communities are built out.
Yeah.
So, but this still does account for further traffic coming from other communities. Okay, and you mentioned up to 70,000. So that's my first question. I expected that answer. The second one, and I may be ahead, like Councillor Schindler was, can you address the stop signs along those, like especially the one near Station Way and on Marina?
So Station Way Marina, yeah, we're actually
Because that one can get clogged. I can expect it to get clogged up as traffic starts to build over the coming years.
Yeah, except you got to remember there's going to be some more choices now. Let me just back up. It'd be easier to show you. So
That one with the X.
yeah, the one with the X. So that the X actually refers to some enhanced pedestrian crossing, probably a raised crosswalk. There actually we're suggesting some curb extensions to shorten the pedestrian crossing distance. But what happens right now, if you're on Station Way and you want to get it, that's kind of the only choice. You've got some other choices. One of the things, a lot of the people who are trying to turn left at that intersection are actually trying to get to Chestermere Boulevard. With this little short connection between Station Way and Chestermere Boulevard, that actually provides them a right turn out. And so that starts to pull that traffic away. So people will sort themselves out. They'll learn where the delays are. And now that we've got a few more choices, they will start to pick other locations. They might even backtrack up to the Station Way West Chestermere Boulevard intersection to turn at the signal. My guess, though, is that the left turn that's currently delayed, that traffic is going to head to that short connection, and then they'll just make a right turn onto Chestermere Boulevard and go through a roundabout because there won't be a signal there, so they'll be able to keep moving. So that's kind of how it addresses. We looked at it. We did look at traffic signal warrants and that sort of thing. Yeah, we get a little bit of a lineup of traffic there in the future, but not a lot. And I think it's because we've got a bit of a relief valve on it. Cool. Good. All right, let's keep going. Yeah. So next one, actually, I just mentioned the Station Way. We're suggesting curb extensions at this location. And really what this does, it does a couple of things. It shortens your pedestrian crossing distance, but also brings the pedestrian out in front of parked cars. So on a protected space so the drivers can see them. We would have RFBs and all that sort of thing, all the pedestrian crossings that you have elsewhere. But now what you've done is you created a space where the drivers are coming through and going, I can now see that pedestrian waiting to cross. Much, much safer. And it's something that I think the city should be considering elsewhere in town as well. Any place you've got on-street parking, considering, and in a lot of your new neighborhoods you do it already, but considering putting some curb extensions out to let those pedestrians get out in front of the parked cars so they can be seen. Fairly inexpensive treatment as well. So, this doesn't come up with the, I had animation on this previously, but this basically shows the sequencing that we're suggesting. So the first one we're suggesting is the West Chestermere Drive Station Way traffic signals, which again are currently in design. Then we're showing the next one as being a functional planning study on Chestermere Boulevard. And it's not just a functional planning study for the section that we're looking at here. We're suggesting you do it from the bridge right to Rainbow Road. And part of the reason is that you do a functional planning study to make sure all the pieces fit together. Doing just a single piece by itself often means you get these discontinuities. So you want to do the entire section that needs to be done, needs to be 4-laned, so that you can do you can figure out how everything fits together and make sure it all matches up.
Councilor Wozzanowski?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and again through yourself, through our CAO and to you, Mr. Power. I know the area of focus is designated as you've shown here. And to your point about looking at the functional study, taking it all the way to Rainbow Road, West Chestermere Drive, south of Chestermere Boulevard, will certainly have an effect and bottlenecking. And does this plan also account for potentially revising what Chestermere Drive looks like? Because I know there's been discussions about potentially rerouting it. Who knows what the rec center is going to look like in the future? Who knows what? I mean, that's one of the main arteries to get onto the west side of the lake and those communities.
Yeah. So this study is looking at the north side of Chestermere Boulevard.
Yeah.
Got to draw a line somewhere. And I think you actually raised the issue with looking at the south side is, who knows? there's a lot of uncertainty now, and I think some of those uncertainties probably need to be addressed before you can really take a look at it. We've looked at the intersection. The 4-laning at Chestermere Boulevard helps that intersection a lot, but it's going to be a problematic intersection. There's just no getting around it. It'll be a tough one. But as you say, it's a line somewhere. You've got to set a boundary, and otherwise we'd end up doing the entire city again. And
I can jump in with a comment as well. I think that's something we can also address with the functional planning study, which is the next step in this exercise once the time comes for it. So that's something we can look at as part of that plan if the timing works. Thank you.
Yeah, good. All right, third on the list is the Station Way connector, that connection between Chestermere Boulevard and Station Way, and we're suggesting the initial step is get the right-of-way, even before you start building it. So essentially, the functional planning study confirms the right-of-way that's going to be required. The next step is actually go get that bought and protected. You don't have to build it right away, but get the land protected. Then moving on, we're suggesting going then to the Marina Drive, West Chestermere Drive roundabout. So and addressing that, it doesn't actually show as needing treatment for some time, but we know there's issues at that intersection. 4-way stop, 2-way stop, all that sort of thing. We've got a little bit earlier in the program to just get it addressed and move on. And then 5 is Westchester Drive at Main Street. And it's because it's kind of connected. You might even consider doing the two together because they are so closely connected. But they could also be split up if you're trying to spread budget out over a number of years. Then number 6, we've got actually the 4-laning of Chestermere Boulevard, the actual construction of it. 7 is a multi-use pathway, which kind of finishes off West Chestermere Drive. And there's probably going to be a need to do some streetscape work as well that was beyond the scope of this study. But, to really sort of make that street feel like an attractive place. The number 8 then we've got as the Marina Drive and Windermere Drive signal, then on to the curb extensions on Marina Drive at Station Way. And then finally the Station Way pedestrian enhancements, and we're also suggesting that red line is a transit hub. As I mentioned before, the BRT and the long-term BRT would use that roundabout, make a left turn onto Marina. They can then make a right turn onto Station Way, and then either is going to return back to the west. It could use that short connecting road to come back, or if the bus is going further, say out to Clearwater, it could go up the signal and make a left onto Chestermere Boulevard. So in terms of timing, this timing is somewhat arbitrary. We've tried to spread it out over time a little bit to spread out the cost and not incur everything all at once. At one point, we even had a few, do it when it's opportunistic, but decided to put some years on them anyways. Again, very much arbitrary, but intended to spread it out. So the idea is over a 15-year period, this could get built out. While not really in the scope of the study, we did make some recommendations on land. Sorry,
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If we can just go back, just on the timing on West Chestermere Drive and Marina Drive roundabout, which is 2029, 2030. Yeah. Feels a little, far away. The only intersection in the city that I have the most concerns about is that particular one. Mind you, could be also that I'm hearing from, the residents in that area, especially the apartments. Just the rationale behind, why, you've pushed it all the way to 2029.
It's all right, and I'll jump in on that too, because I've been biting my tongue on this one here for a bit, because going back even to the slide before where I appreciate that it's number 4, I would almost want to have it as number 2 with regards to that. Like I think a few of us up here, if there's an intersection we hear probably the most about, it is that intersection behind Safeway. So I think that I see Mike's lighting up like crazy right now. So I think I'll give everybody a quick opportunity to jump in, but I think for all of us, I think you're going to hear a common thread of 2029 is probably too far away, and the fact that it's number 4. And I would also remind council that number 1 has already been approved, right? So we actually approved that previously. And I believe that one's scheduled even to start spring-ish for that one, right? So number one's already approved. We did that already. So, okay. Responding to my screen that just went crazy. Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I did hear the comment from you, Mr. Power, that said that even at number 4, that's a little bit earlier than the data strictly says it's required. So I appreciate that you acknowledge that there's a lot of conversation around that intersection. If not a roundabout sooner. So I know a very common safety concern is folks who are leaving the condos and trying to go any direction. It's really hard because they want the parking there, but so there's less visibility, but also because it's not a nice smooth transition into the road. So I'm just wondering if there's any consideration there for anything else that could be done shorter midterm to make that a little bit safer and easier, if not a roundabout immediately.
Sure, we could do something really unpopular, take away the on-street parking. That really is, honestly, that's, well, the problem with raising it is you still have to get down to that grade. So now so at some point you've got to, like, you could raise it. Now you're going to raise the whole thing. Oh, the raised crosswalk. I would actually do a curb extension before I do a raised crosswalk. Just so if you're looking for pedestrians, in fact, I think there's treatments you could do tomorrow. You could go out and get a bunch of traffic calming blocks from the city of Calgary, and for about $10,000, you could put some curb extensions in. We've done them in lots of communities. That doesn't help the people turning out; it helps the pedestrians, right? So I think you were talking about the people turning out. Yeah, like I said, the only real short-term solution is take away the on-street parking, but I have a feeling that you may hear other complaints if you did that.
Well, and just before going to Councillor Grant, I want to clarify some comments around the raised crosswalks.
Yeah.
If we are looking at any raised crosswalks anywhere in this area, this is my own personal, I would not want to do raised crosswalks like we did by the schools. I think those ones by the schools are great. I think they're doing exactly what we wanted them to do. We're receiving lots of really good feedback. I do not think that style would work. I would prefer, again, personal comment, not speaking on behalf of the city nor of council, I would prefer us looking at a raised crosswalk similar to what CAO and I saw in Sylvan Lake that we had brought back to administration to kind of look at, but much more of a calmer raised crosswalk as opposed to what we did at the schools. Again, like what we did at the schools, I do not think that those ones should be like those.
Yeah, fair enough.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was largely around the priority as well. Is that something that we can decide, or are we just going to accept this? Or okay, so I would like to state that I largely agree that the traffic circle at Marina Drive and West Chestermere Drive should be moved up, acknowledging it might not be warranted through traffic analysis, but there are other concerns there. I actually had the protection of the right-of-way for Station Way connection as more of a priority. I think that's kind of low-hanging fruit. I think that's something we should capitalize on right away and get that done. Thinking about ultimate plans that will need to happen to make this area much more accessible and usable for our residents. So,
sorry, Councillor Grant, which one's that?
Number 3.
Thank you, sir.
So, like I actually had number 2 dropping behind 3 and 4 congruently was where I placed them. Just because the right-of-way protection is really, I don't think a lot of work would be required there to do that, but I don't know. So,
if I may, the reason it comes after the functional planning study is the functional planning study actually defines exactly what right-of-way is required. Yeah, that's why there's a sequence there.
Okay, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. This is maybe a question I should know the answer to, but I'm asking my administrative staff because as we go into capital budget discussions this afternoon, I'm anticipating this will be one of those items. Is this covered at all in the offsite levies, or is this a municipally funded project?
Yeah, there's no offset levy here.
Okay. It is in the budget for these dates, so it's something we can discuss this afternoon, tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schindler?
So we're getting to near the end of your presentation, it looks like, and I might be doing premature on this. But as and my chair goes down. As we're looking at the build out for communities further out, say North Acreages and Bridgeport and that section west of us, or west of on Windermere. Were those increases in traffic taken into account as a projection for Windermere Drive as well?
Absolutely. That's why Windermere starts to deteriorate.
And then I'm going ahead and just thinking like a driver, and I'm pulling up on Windermere Drive, and I want to get to Chestermere Boulevard, but there's a light. Maybe the roundabout is actually a lot easier as well. But going through the shopping center to get to Chestermere Boulevard might start to become a thoroughfare. Is there a risk to having traffic going through the private land?
I think that risk is very low. I mean, you're making a right turn at the signal. Your next intersection at Station Way is not signalized, so you're get through, and you got a free right at the roundabout. So I would suggest that if you're going through the parking lot, it's going to take you a lot longer.
So I see at Station Way and Marina the shrinking of the road allowance, so that we're allowing for pedestrians to go through, and there's no straight turn. So if someone needs to turn onto a Station Way, we can see some backup there.
So they're going to be.
I guess.
Yeah,
So
the demand for that
that's
movement is next to nothing. It's very, very low, because if you've come through, if you're coming from Windermere and you want to get to the Safeway, for example,
correct,
you're going to go straight in the parking lot.
Yeah.
I guess the one spot there might be a risk of some shortcutting is through the Safeway parking lot. So I thought you meant the other side. There is some risk. I think it's still pretty low.
Interesting.
We don't have a left turn at Marina. However, that demand for that left turn is relatively low even in the future. And yes, it narrows up. So we're using curb extensions instead of putting a left turn lane in. But the narrowing is the width of the on-street parking. There's only one lane there now. There will continue to only be one lane. It's just the difference is, instead of having on-street parking right at the intersection, we'll have curb extensions. That's really the only difference. It doesn't change the capacity of the intersection compared to today at all.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to administration, I'm wondering, and you might have to defer this to Mr. Powers about the OSL. So due to this increase in traffic from new residents, why are these projects not eligible for OSL?
The majority of traffic is not new traffic. You would have a really hard time selling it to your developers that this is an off-site levy type of project. It's hard enough to sell some of the stuff that's clearly off-site levy. This one is really these projects are really for the benefit of the entire community in its whole. It would be pretty difficult to separate out. The majority of traffic using them is the existing traffic. Remember, I said the incremental traffic is not that huge. We're sensitive. It's quite sensitive to small increases of traffic. But for the most part, it's really to the benefit of citywide development that exists today.
So you mentioned before 2014 as a date that some of this was looked at. So some of these things going back to 2014. You quipped at the beginning that you've been at this longer than most of us have been here. Which thank you, makes me feel a little younger today, which is nice. But what I guess I would get at though is, okay, I hate what if questions, so I'm going to hate myself for asking this question, but I'll ask it anyway. Should this have been added to the OSL model back in 2014?
I think you would have had a tough time getting it into the OSL model for this area, because this part of town is already developed.
Okay.
We did look at it both in 2017 and 2023 in the context of the bridge. And we did look at the percentage of traffic that was being contributed by new development, and that's where the off-site levy split for the bridge came from. And I believe, I can't remember if the 4-laning is part of the off-site levy. I believe it is. I believe there is some contribution in the off-site levy for the 4-laning at Chestermere Boulevard. But we were actually able to go out and do a calculation using the model of what the percentage of traffic, new traffic was that was using it. And it was in that 25%-ish range.
Okay. I want to be sensitive to time because, as you said, as you mentioned before, we do have budget. We have a number of items that are left. I don't want to cut off your presentation. However, I think with the presentation, Council's had a full review of it. I guess my question would be, what is our takeaway / go forward? What's the next action item that Council should be looking at moving out of this presentation today?
Well, maybe I need to back up 1 second then, and that is
Yep.
to address the question about where the roundabout at Marina Drive and West Chester Drive sits. I will point out that while it's number 4 on the list, it's the second construction project, so it's the next construction project. The other two are a functional planning study and land acquisition, so it really is the next capital project. Could it be moved earlier? If you've got the money available, absolutely it can. There's no technical reason that it needs to sit at number 4 or sit at 2028. We were just trying to spread costs out over a number of years. So there is no technical reason why that couldn't be done earlier. Keep in mind though, design hasn't been done on it yet, so probably a 2-year process to get there, if without trying to rush it, if you want to do it properly.
Okay, thank you.
That may be your next step.
Okay, thank you. So for our next step then for today, we are accepting this for information, but then what's next? What's when it comes to this, because I think a fear, a hesitation that some members of council, I have, and I'm sure it is shared by some, if not all of my colleagues, is that we get this and that's great, and then what happens? So I'm looking to administration for what the and then what. What's the and then what? Mr. Chatterhoo? Okay. Yeah, you're good.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Now, when council has this information, I think it'd be prudent for council to sort of take a decision on what projects do they want at what time. There's obviously cost involved with any and all of these projects. If council wants us to sort of take a few projects up in terms of when they want it done, a proportional budget allocation would be sort of required to get those done. So we'll have some discussion surrounding budget numbers for some of these projects if council wants us to proceed with any of these projects.
Okay, so with that then, I think the go forward for today is going to be we accept this presentation for information. Now that we have it, we're about to go into some budget conversations for 2026 plus some 5-year plans. So that could be then allocated to those conversations, and then based on that conversation is what the next steps would be that would come back to council, because we can't approve any kind of spending or anything right now because it's a GAP meeting anyway. So my suggestion would be that we accept this presentation for information at this time and then carry on the conversation as part of our capital budget conversations that we're about to have in a an hour and 45 minutes.
That would be correct.
Yep,
Yeah?
perfect.
Good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, perfect.
Good? Okay. So then can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the Town Centre Traffic and Safety Study, Existing and Future Conditions Report, and the accompanying presentation for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote.
Oh, sorry. So we should.
And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just seeing some conversations happening amongst administration. Is there anything else that you'd like to add for the presentation here?
Do you want to make a modification to the
Yeah, I
council motion?
Yeah, this
just
is
for
actually,
clarification.
The existing and future conditions report was actually the interim report done back in July. This is the actual final report.
The final report. Yeah, just the rewording of the motion. Awesome.
We good?
We're good. Okay.
We're good. Okay. Awesome. Okay. With that, we'll take a quick 5-minute break and come back at 11:20 and tackle the rest of our agenda here this morning. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Coming back from our break here and dealing with our last few items here this morning. First of all, going to item 8.2.1, which is a council priority link verbal update, which is being presented by Josh Estelanzo, Legislative 2. I'm just going to take a swing every time. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Josh Stanislaw, Ledge Assistant 2. Coming here today with an update on the council priority link. So this was actually something that Mayor and Council had before, but was no longer utilized. But we're now bringing it back with the help of comms. So this was just made to allow councilors to put forward things in a future agenda that they want to see come to a future council to make sure that the concerns of the community are being heard and are actively being worked on. So as Emily will show in the first column, there's just a drop-down menu for councilors to put in their names. Then the item of or topic of discussion in the next that they would like to bring to a future of council. We put an example there, like fireworks discussion. Next is the discussion timeline, where councilors will put where they want to when they want to see this come to council or the committee. For example, March of 2026 or February of 2026, and etc. Next is the objectives, where councilors will put what they want to achieve by bringing forward this item. Think, does this councilor want to direct administration to do something? Or does council want admin to come back with a bylaw addressing this issue? The next one is the priority level, where councilors will toggle the drop-down menu to indicate if their item has a high, low, or moderate priority, so administration can know the urgency needed to put this into a council agenda. Of course, if an item has high priority, then administration will do its best to bring the item sooner than later. And then lastly, just notes for whatever notes that the councilor has. Just some notes, Ledge Services will do some housekeeping from time to time in this form. For example, like sorting things out by their priority levels, or we can also sort it by timelines on when councilor has suggested the item will come. The link will be sent out to councilors afterwards so they can start populating it with things. And then maybe we can even do like a quarterly update on the state of the form and what things have been ticked off or not. But this is a pretty simple presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Yeah, thank you. And just, Council, so you're aware, then what will happen is at every agenda prep meeting, this list of items will be brought up at every single agenda prep so that, as we are aware, councilors are invited to agenda prep. Usually on a kind of normal basis, if you will. Usually our agenda preps involve myself, Ledge Services, CAO, and comms. And so we'll bring this up. So this will be highlighted each time. So the reason we want to bring this forward is just to demonstrate to the public that council continually has a way to be able to bring forward items, that those items are reviewed on a constant basis, and that those items then are highlighted for us to be able to look at as we put together agendas of future meetings, that we're able to bring that forward. So just so everybody's aware that this will be looked at every single agenda prep meeting. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney and to Mr. Estanislao. Getting better. I previously had a few items, I think 3 or 4 items on the old form, and now it's showing 404. Do you have a record of what those were? Because once I put them on this, the point of that is to get it out of my head, so I couldn't tell you what was all on there. I can think of maybe one.
Unfortunately, the account that created that form is no longer with the organization, so it's been deactivated. But I can take a look at the storage that we have because we downloaded most of the files from that account before they deleted it. So I can take a look and see if it's still there. But yeah, I'll have to come back to you with that.
Yeah, because Josh and I tried to bring it up when we had this problem last week when we were creating this.
Right. If you wouldn't mind looking into it, I can think of one in particular, but I know I was using that as a place to put items that residents were bringing forward that I didn't consider an urgent request. So I'd really have to go back and think about what those items were.
Yeah, take a look at that.
Okay. So yeah, this was just a verbal update again. We just wanted to demonstrate to the public some of the methodologies that we utilize for getting things onto the agenda. Any other comments, questions from council? Thank you. I think the idea is to accept for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the council priority link verbal update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving now to item 8.2.2, committee bylaw review.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Coming back here again with the committee bylaw review. So just some background on this. On November 4, 2025, administration came to council with an updated committee bylaw. During the meeting, it was discussed that council would like the opportunity during today's GAP meeting to review the bylaw to ensure that it aligns with council goals and objectives. It was noted that in that presentation, there was no red line version of the updated committee bylaw, so we've included that in this one. The only changes from our current committee bylaw and this committee bylaw is the section 7.1, talking about 7.2, talking about the minimum number of councillors that shall sit on each committee, and the list of committees in Schedule A. So other than that, administration is just looking for guidance and feedback on what they would like to see in the committee bylaw before going for second and third reading.
And sorry, Josh, can you just help clarify? I know that this was a part of our agenda prep, but just
Yeah.
to help clarify so that everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
We've already given first reading of this bylaw.
Yes.
So what we're trying to do right now is, council, if there's anything that you would like to see, and so what we wanted to do is bring this back. If there's anything that you want to see added, changed, or adapted going into second reading, that's the point of today's conversation, is to look at that. And then this will come back to a future council meeting here in the next few weeks for a second and third reading of this particular bylaw. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I did have an additional item that I would like to bring up for debate, if that's appropriate.
Yep.
11.1. So this is to do with the administrative liaison, and my only issue here is, like, I don't think this is a may. I think this is a should or will. I think it's incumbent on us to ensure that our legislative priorities are met in these committees, and that information and the reporting is coming back. And it has been a struggle. So I think we're going to allocate money in the budget for appropriate staff to attend these meetings. So I think it should be that we will do this, not that we may do this, because it is needed. So.
Sorry, just doing my chair thing that I do where I'm making the action items. So, Councillor Grant, you're throwing on to the table the idea of changing 11.1 may to will. First of all, I would look to council. Is there any opposition from changing it from may to will? I see none. Okay. Mr. Edney, from a legislative point of view, I don't see any issue of us changing it from may to will, but I would lean on you for a quick comment on that. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. I have no idea with the concept. I would just change it to shall instead of will.
Okay.
Just a small semantical error.
Okay. Councillor Grant, I'll look to you. Are you? Yeah, I see a nod. Okay. So we're making us, we'll do an action after. Okay. So 11.1, may to shall will be a recommended action. Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Yes. So I know that when we talked about this earlier, we were talking about the spirit of committees and what we'd like to see from them going forward. I know that I feel like there's this fundamental sort of missing link in committees. And so I'm wondering, this might be a very large topic, about having some sort of robust training program for new members or members at large to take so that they understand the parameters and the assignment of the committees that they're on, so that we can actually get action items from them that are actionable.
Okay, so you're suggesting then that after we appoint somebody to a committee, that perhaps there should be a session put on by the city of what it means to be on a committee?
Correct.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few. Do you want me to just pick one for now?
No, fire away.
Okay. So a few different things. I think it would be under Section 6, but I'm not totally sure. I think the committee should be responsible for keeping a list of priorities that should be coming back in their reports to council, so that we can see not only the work that has been done, but what's upcoming. I think that would make it easier for council to see whether the committees are wholesomely on the right track. So I would love to see that come forward. I also have some questions under Section 6 as well about at least twice annually, committee chairs will provide council with a report. I'm certain that committee chairs are waiting for Ledge Services to book that for them. How is that being actioned? Whose responsibility is it to book that? Is that the chairs to say we're coming at this time, let's book it? Or is Ledge reaching out, pre-booking it? You know, just I don't know if that needs to be in this, but some clarity about what's happening for that.
Sorry, I'm gonna go
Yep.
back to that. So I would suggest that for your first suggestion, that's 6.1D, and I think we should do it the same as the other motion that we did. We'll have all of them as one action item. So Councillor Sambo, my recommendation would be that 6.1D would read, it says a committee will prepare letters, and so I would say prepare a list of priorities that the committees are working on. Would that fit what you were going for? Okay, thank you. Sorry, and then your second one was about the committee chairs. So it's in the bylaw. Bylaws are supposed to be carried out and actioned by administration within that anyway. But to your point, one of the things that we've been asking is the specifics on that. So I guess I would go to Mr. Edney. Would that be a fair expectation of council that that would be now handled? That's 6.13. Sorry, not 6.1. I apologize. That 6.3 would be handled by Legislative Services.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. That's a fair assumption. With some changes in Ledge Services here, we'll set up a process where we track this and make sure that all the committees are meeting their commitments under this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Also under section 6.3, I also wonder. No, I apologize. 6.4 covers it. Never mind. Thank you, Councillor Sambo.
All right. Under 8, terms of appointment, there should be something in there about committees in which council participates, but which are not designated as city committees. That's a language from 4.2. There should be something in there because, for example, we're saying 1-year terms. I've been appointed to an external board for 2 years. Wouldn't want any conflict in that for whatever reason. I could see something like that popping up. So there should be some language around that.
I thought there was a provision though that because you're talking about how you're on the director for AB Munis.
For that one in particular, but for example, suppose Community Futures Wild Rose appointed folks for 3-year terms or 4-year terms or something like that based on their own bylaws, terms of reference, whatever they use. Because when we're participating in these other committees and boards, we follow their rules, not the other way around, right? If we want to participate, we're following their rules. So I wouldn't want there to be some kind of conflict in there where maybe technically we don't have the authority to sit on that board or committee.
Okay. I think section 4 covers, but I see what you're saying. Maybe just a quick review could talk about that. Okay. Thank you. Because section 4 talks about there used to be in this bylaw, because we have it as Schedule A and Schedule B, that differences of appointments between Schedule A and Schedule B. So maybe
there
that's,
is in the definition.
Yeah.
So there is in the definition of that.
okay.
If you think if it's clear, to me it's not clear. But if you think it's clear, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
And next one.
Clarity on 10.2, the chair shall hold office for a term of 1 year from the date of appointment. Is that appointment of their term that council appoints them to, or is that appointment as chair? Because that appointment as chair would be made in the next calendar year, and sometimes people are appointed before the beginning of the calendar year. So just clarification, is that the appointment by council or appointment as the chair?
So I don't know if we can answer that right now, but I would say as an action item, clarity of item 10.2.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think, I have two more. 12. Under 12, it should say elect a chair and vice chair to coordinate with section 10.
So there should be a 12.1E. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay. 12.1E is chair. Okay.
Open to debate on all of this, of course. I'm just listing my things. And the last one I had would probably be under 13 meetings. I can't for the life of me remember if we debated whether or not a counselor needed to be at a meeting in order for the meeting to be held. I think currently there's no provision for that.
There is no provision for that currently. So I think that is one that is open for debate, so that we could add a 13.4, which says that a council member must be in attendance for the meeting to be held. Because right now, committees can hold a meeting without a councillor being there. It's nowhere in our bylaw. So we could add 13.4 that a member of council must be in attendance.
Yes, I personally think that's important, Your Worship.
Okay, I don't disagree with you.
That's all for me.
Does anybody have opposition to that possibly being added as a 13.4 item? Okay, we can come back to that too, because it's going to come to motion, and we'll have debate there as well. Okay, Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, I just wanted to put it out there to see if we should include a timeline for notifications of committee changes to the committee chair in here, and so we can codify it. So within 30 days of a change, the committee chair must be notified. And I think that, yeah, we just talked about.
Sorry, where would you put that?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It'd be under, could be under terms of appointment, or yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm
what
thinking-
you're looking for is you are looking for chair notified of committee of changes.
And I think it goes both ways. So the chair must notify,
Well, that's already in there.
right? But we should notify, or
Okay.
the administration should notify the chair within 30 days. I've known that's been a gap.
Okay, thank you.
And
And did you have another one?
yeah, I want to make sure that we cover establishing a clear schedule for reporting to council all of the initiatives that committees are working on. So whether it's quarterly,
It's twice annually.
it's twice annually. I'm thinking maybe we should do it a little bit sooner, but or do it a little more frequently.
So we do, so what is supposed to happen is that every committee meeting minutes, every committee is supposed to keep minutes of every single meeting.
Correct.
Those minutes should be at every single GAP meeting, essentially. So we're getting an update
Correct.
once a month as to what's happening at the committee level, and then it's twice annually. So we can open up for debate. I would not support increasing it to more than quarterly, because
Okay.
then if your chair is a volunteer, you're asking them to come
Correct.
once a quarter. We already, if we are following through at a proper pace, we're getting updates as to what that committee's doing once a month.
I do feel like we've had gaps in reports from committees. So I think to go to our GAP meetings. So I think that having some sort of defined timeline after a certain number of days after a committee meeting, the report must be prepared and submitted to Legislative Services for the next GAP meeting. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Warzanowski.
I have a few other comments, but I'll add a comment to Councillor Schindler's proposal about putting it in the committee bylaw about bringing back updates. You can put it in the bylaw all you want. I think we had teething issues as former council trying to get committee updates because it was kind of a first for us. Not only that, many of the committees didn't have a liaison to even gather minutes. That's the problem, not how it's written in the committee bylaw, I believe. So that's something to keep in mind, is that as we move forward, if we execute after third reading what we're intending, what we're discussing here, I think the reports will come back at GAP and then twice annually. So I'll just make that comment. I do have a comment on quorum and committee membership. Quorum here under section 11 designates, is it 11? Sorry about that. 14. 50% plus one for the people present at the meeting. Does that mean 3 people need to show up and now all of a sudden you have quorum? That is what it says here in the bylaw. I don't mind that necessarily, and I'll tell you why. Often I've been part of committees where there's been quite a bit of turnover, and then if your quorum is something more than the people present, sometimes you can't even get quorum because nobody shows up. So we should understand as a council what we expect as quorum at the meetings. And is it okay to be 50% plus one of the voting committee's members present, or should we designate it a certain percentage of total committee members? That's a comment that we should discuss. Because according to section 14, it means 3 people and all of a sudden you can vote, even if the committee's 20 people.
So I think it should be 50% plus one of appointed members.
Right. So my concern with that is turnover. I've been also on committees where we've been on the committee and we didn't have quorum according to what you just stated, Mayor Dean. And it would take, some of those committee memberships have not yet been filled. Well, they have more recently since we've taken office after the election. But there was long stretches where there was open vacancies on these committees, making the committee dysfunctional because there was no quorum. So there's a number of issues. If we want to have it of total members, if there's turnover, then we have a problem getting quorum.
No, sorry. If you have 10 available,
yeah,
and only 8 are appointed, then you would only need 5. Not right, because it's not the number of people that can be on the committee; it's the number of people who are actually on the committee.
So I'll give you another scenario. So you have 8 people that show up, and then 3 months go by and only 4 are showing up.
Mm-hmm.
But those other 4 have not yet been replaced.
Yeah.
So now you have a problem. And that has been a problem.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple things with that. Is one, we have talked about the idea of there are a few different areas where we could do a better job of. I do agree with the idea that we should have clear definition. Personally, I would support that it's 50% plus one of appointed members.
Or acting, because if people are not showing up, then it's debatable whether they're acting. This is the challenge that I'm seeing, because I've lived it. Committee members don't show up, there's turnover, and they're not replaced. For whatever reason, it hasn't been brought back to council to have those positions replaced. People stop showing up. There's no liaison. We need to fix those gaps such that we have highly functioning committees. And if there is members that don't show up, we need to replace them as soon as possible such that we maintain quorum. If we don't expect to replace them quickly, then we need to have an understanding what quorum means.
Yeah, so again, I think there's a couple things with that. One, while there may not be a committee liaison, the expectation that we've all talked about and agreed to was that look at today's agenda, for example. On today's agenda, we have each counselor listed, and each counselor has opportunity to speak to their committees and any concerns that they may have thereof. So even if there's not a liaison, and so that committee could be brought up. I also think too that hopefully we are in a new day, if you will, and absolutely acknowledge the lived experience that we've had so far. I would also hope that the fact that our CAO already today has made a comment about a new commitment, if you will, on how we're going to be able to do this. So I would say I do agree with you clarifying the quorum piece, but I would also hope that with the commitment that we've heard our CAO make with regards to administration, being able to further support committees, and knowing what Josh is going to be presenting here in a few minutes with regards to the training that Ledge Services is willing to do for staff liaisons. I do think many of the gaps that you have spoken to, and absolutely acknowledge all those gaps, I do think many of the gaps that you have spoken to are going to be addressed by administration and have been addressed by administration.
I agree. So I just wanted to put that commentary
Yeah,
out there
absolutely.
so its council can discuss it. Let's then what I would suggest through the mayor to administration to you, Josh, is quorum shall be 50% of appointed members as opposed to members present. Because if it's members present, it could literally be 3 people.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm going to rapid fire a couple, then I think we'll put together the motion as to what's got to come. And remember, this is going to come back to us for even further robust debate. The idea here was to just answer a couple things. Number one, this proposed a change of 1 or 2 counselors, must be. And I guess for me, as I was thinking about this, do we want to leave it at a minimum of 1 counselor, or do we want to have it at 2? And part of what I thought about with this is, what if a counselor has a bit of a passion project that they want to work on and form a committee to work on that, but then might get hampered by the fact that it has to be 2 counselors. So I guess I would open it up. So this, in first reading, we've already passed first reading. First reading changes this to a minimum of 1 counselor on each committee. Does anybody want to change it back to 2? Okay, good. Okay. In 9.1, it says the chair and CAO. So item 9.1 says chair and CAO. Any member that may resign at any time upon providing written notice to the chair and the CAO, which is effective as of the date. Why not just the chair who would inform the CAO or council? Like, I think it should just go to the chair. Okay. Okay, and then item 12.1, it says, oh, I apologize, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick question. What if it's the chair, him or herself, that's resigning?
Then that's a good point. So then 9.1, we should add a 9. I'll go back. Right. So so then a sentence we could add to 9.1 is that if it is the chair who is resigning, they inform the CAO. Okay. Okay. And again, this is all going to come back, so we'll have a more robust. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that catch, Deputy Mayor. 12.1. It says every January following a by-election, each committee shall hold a meeting to, and then establishes the thing that they have to do. I think 12.1 should be the first meeting after an organizational meeting. Because legislatively, if you have a by-election, you have to have an organizational meeting. That's legislative. You don't have a choice. Your first meeting on a committee, the reason I'm suggesting this change is because the first meeting after an organizational meeting is when you just appointed all of your counselors. So I think 12.1 should be the first meeting after an organizational meeting. The committee will do the following. Okay. And then just addressing Schedule A and Schedule B. We currently don't have an audit committee. So I think we should strike audit committee from Schedule A. Okay, unless we're going to bring it back, but we don't have an audit committee or a TOR or nothing right now. And number two, under B, under D and E, it says Calgary Intermunicipal Development Committee and Rocky View Intermunicipal Development Committee. They're just intermunicipal committees. They're just IMCs. They're not development committees. So I think we should just strike the word development. Councillor Sandoval.
Thank you, Your Worship. On that line of thinking, the Calgary Airport Community Consultative Committee, I think we are no longer putting a council representative on that one.
Right, but I think we were leaving it on there because administration is going to assign somebody.
The language in this document talks about council appointments, not administrative appointments.
It's fair.
It doesn't make that much of a difference, but I would remove that one. Also, the legal name of the Chestermere Library Board is the City of Chestermere Library Board. That's the legal name of it. And then we could add the Alberta Municipalities Board.
Okay. So, we need a motion. Oh, sorry. Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. This is just a baby one, through yourself, through administration to you, Josh. Just double check some of the grammar for capitalization. I've noticed, as an example, that not-for-profit, task forces are sometimes capitalized and sometimes not, because it is defined. Then we should probably capitalize that. And there may be other little things like that. Just give it a skim before we get to third reading, please.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a comment about the audit committee. I know we don't currently have it, but I was thinking about something similar to that, and maybe it is more of a major project review committee. I think there's value in reviewing our major procurements and purchases so that residents can be sure that everything's on the up and up. You know, even if it's a select group of residents that see all the information, there is trust that everything's on the up and up, that that it is in the best interest of the community. So I think that having something like that would provide some reassurances to the larger community.
Okay. So my suggestion, Councillor Grant, is go into the new link that we've now created for bringing something forward to agenda prep. Put your suggestion onto that, and then I can work with Legislative Services on having that added to a future council meeting. Okay. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Likewise, we should have an audit committee. Talking to other municipalities, it seems to be a standard and a best practice. So I can add that to the link as well.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Sandbo's comment, that was something I was planning on bringing back to council in the new year. We're too late in the process financially this year to establish the audit committee, but I would recommend we do that for the 2026 financial cycle.
So should we just leave it on Schedule A right now, even though we have nothing for it, so that it stays there?
I would.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Warzanowski?
I was just going to comment, Mayor Dean. We could reference Schedule A that may include the list on Schedule A, or we just leave it on Schedule A. May include as in, if there's not somebody on one of these public committees, it's still in the schedule. So we may be on it, we may not be. Okay. And that could include audit, that could include the airport one. If we use the word may somewhere in the bylaw.
I just wanted to add that with the conversation of the audit committee, it was actually something that was in the works. I have already drafted most of it. It was just that I wasn't actually sure if administration was still interested in bringing forward an audit committee, but now that there's been confirmation that council is interested in it, I can bring it forward soon along with after showing it to the CAO.
Okay. All right. Emily, you ready? Look at you go. If I could walk over there right now and high five you, I would. Well done. Okay, so let's go through this and make sure our lists match, which... Emily, this is so awesome. I can't even tell you. Sorry. I'm so happy right now. Okay, so the Governance Priorities Committee direct administration to amend the proposed bylaw, being the following direct administration, and then I think we should add with the being the committee and bring back. And bring back for second reading because that's what needs to happen. Okay. 6.1D. A committee will prepare a list of priorities that the committees are working on. Yep. Add clarity to who facilitates the reporting to council. Yep. Add wording to allow for a timeline for notification. Is that section 8? Yep. Oh yeah, okay. Add wording and non-council, yeah. 12.1E. 12.1E was the chair and vice chair appointments. Thank you. 13.4, yep. Of appointed members, yep. I don't think we're adding the schedule for committees reporting to council because we already have it. It's twice a year plus at GAP meetings. Okay. We wanted the timeline for administration. We wanted to add that. No, keep that. So I think we're taking out the airport consultative committee. Because if administration wants to appoint somebody, they can. And I think there was a motion stating such. Okay, so we're taking that guy out. Chestermere, it's City of Chestermere Public Library Board, right? City of Chestermere, yep. Okay. Add AB Munis. That would be to Schedule B. And remove the word development from D and K. Good? Good? I think we got them all.
Sorry.
Okay.
What about Schedule A, about audit committee?
We're just gonna leave it alone.
Okay, sounds good.
We just won't do any. We won't touch it.
All right.
Okay. Can I have a council make the following motion, please? Councilor Warzanowski.
Bear with me. I motion the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to amend the proposed bylaw 042-25 being the committee bylaw with the following amendments and bring for a second reading. Section 6.1D, a committee will prepare a list of priorities that the committees are working on. Section 6.3, add clarity for who facilitates the reporting to council. Section 8, add wording to allow for a timeline for notification of chair changing. Section 8, add wording for non-council committees' terms of appointments. Section 9.1, change the wording to provide notification to just the chair, or if in the case of the chair notifies the CAO. Section 10.2, add clarity of appointment of a chair of the committee. Section 11.1, change the wording from may to shall. Section 12.1, change the first meeting after the organizational meeting of council. Add section 12.1E, chair and vice chair appointments. Section 13.4, a member of council must be in attendance for quorum to be met. Section 14.1, add wording that quorum is 50% plus one of the appointed members. Add a section have committee training for public members. Add a timeline for committees reporting to administration with minutes. Amend the name of the City of to the City of Chestermere Library Board. Add AB Munis to Schedule B, and Schedule B, remove the word development from bullets D and K from Schedule B.
Well done. Comments, questions of council? Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. The only one that I would like to debate would be section 13.4, making sure that a member of council is there for quorum. And the only reason I'm stating that is to allow latitude for the committee to proceed in their work, even if maybe a councilor's on vacation and another one's sick, especially in the event that a councilor is not a chair. I just don't want to hamper the committee from doing its work.
Okay. Councilor Warzanowski?
I had a similar thought on ensuring that the committee meetings continue to move forward, whether councillors are present or not. I'm okay with the vice chair if it's not a councillor, or the chair if it is not a councillor, moving forward with that. But also, we could lend the opportunity to add a committee councillor designate if somebody can't make it, who may not be on the committee. If that's not something because they're not on the committee to begin with, I'd be more comfortable with giving the non-council chair or vice chair the chance to host the committee meeting anyway. So there's two ways to look at it. One is let it happen with the non-councillor, or give the councillor who's on that committee who's not present a designate who is on council.
Thank you. At the risk of shutting down or limiting debate, I just want to clarify what we're doing right now to see if we are okay with this. What we are suggesting is that administration bring this back right now as recommendations. We're not actually approving anything. So what we're saying is, we want you to come back and do this, bring it back as an amendment for a second reading, and then what we could do at second reading is pull out a particular one. Right? And so then, and pull out that particular one and then debate it around that way. So I guess we have two options. One, Councillor Grant, you could make a recommendation to sever the motion, right? And if you want to sever the motion and take out 12.1 right now, you could do it now. My recommendation still stays the same. I would say that we leave it as is, because we're not if we were approving this at second reading, then I would recommend you severing the motion, so to speak, like I'm suggesting. Because we're not actually approving anything and all we're doing is directing administration to come back with these as actual recommendations for debate, I would recommend we leave the motion as is. People can still vote no, but leave the motion as is, and then have it then come back as that. So, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, I am fine with what you're suggesting. I think that's okay. I would just leave it with the caveat that administration has heard our comments here, and will bring back something in relation to that.
Okay, good. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome job, Legal Services, by the way. That was fantastic. Going to item 8.2.3, which is the not-for-profit committee terms of reference review, being presented by Jessica George, Community Wellness Coordinator. Good morning, or afternoon, I guess, at this point.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So I'm Jessica George. I'm the Community Wellness Coordinator here with Community Services. I'm here to talk about the non-for-profit committee terms of reference. Administration is recommending Council move the motion that Governance and Priorities Committee accept the report and discussion on the not-for-profit committee terms of reference for information. So a little bit of background on this. After discussion during the October 30th, 2025 organizational meeting of Council, Council directed administration to amend the terms of reference to reflect the proposed name change from Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits to Non-for-Profit Committee. Administration is also looking for the Governance and Priorities Committee input to ensure that the current terms of reference align with goals, strategic plans, and visions for the non-for-profit committee. The non-for-profit committee has been established to assess needs, challenges, and build capacity within Chestermere's nonprofit sector. The terms of reference define the committee's purpose, membership, mandate, and reporting requirements. So by reviewing the non-for-profit terms of reference, administration is able to ensure that it aligns with council's goals. Thank you.
Thank you. So with this one, I think we were just bringing it back because there had been the change. This work had all been done by the committee itself in cooperation with the administrative liaisons that are working on that committee. And so that's where this is sitting. So this one would be for information. And then I would anticipate we had one booked for December the 10th, unfortunately, just due to the holiday season. Not everybody was able to attend, so we've actually had to move our next committee meeting to January due to that. But I anticipate another review of this TUR coming, which if there was any recommended changes, they would come back as a recommended motion for council after that meeting. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. In review of the document, I only had one question, and that was about the membership composition and why we're saying that this committee, because it's kind of anomaly that we're actually stipulating the legislative member in here. So I'm wondering why we're stipulating that there's up to two city staff members being appointed to this. Is there that much administrative work in that committee, or I'm just wondering the reason?
Thank you, Mr. Edney. I think that'd be you because that's a staffing one.
Through the mayor, I might have to defer that to perhaps Manager Ruby or Jessica, if you can handle that question.
Yeah, there is quite a bit of administration work that goes behind this one. I think Rubel and I have both just been partnering with this committee here, but that's why it's just been put in there. But Ruby, I don't know if you have anything else to add to there, but...
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Just to further some of the comments, I think because we work in collaboration with a lot of those not-for-profits as well, there's a lot of work that goes that kind of adjacent to the interagency group. There's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of things that get recommended between the two. We're trying to keep it separate, and just between that, the legislative piece around this committee specifically, I think it is helpful to have two. And so far, we've seen it work quite well for the last term.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. That's fantastic. I appreciate your answers there, and they make sense. And the only lens I'm looking through this at is equality of our support of our committees. We have some committees that don't have any support right now. We have some that are getting lots. So I just want to make sure that all of our committees are important. They all need support, and we should be providing that.
Appreciate that.
Okay. So with that, I think we'll accept this one for information. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priority Committee accept the report and discussion on the not-for-profit committee terms of reference for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So, Mr. Edney, I'm feeling a certain kind of way about the rest of the agenda that we have here today, because we have two what I could see being rather robust discussions. We are currently at 12:15. And so when I look at the CDAC advisory committee coming up, I know that at our last council meeting, we've had some conversations about what that could look like. So I wonder if we wanted to maybe what we could do is not go through the presentation necessarily, but I wonder if we gave council maybe a quick 5 minutes on 8.2.4, and council, the idea being to bomb out some ideas for legislative services to work on for a TOR, as well as we have appointed members for CDAC. So no, we haven't to work on one to come back, because we stopped doing that. That's correct. That's why we're doing this. So I wonder if we could take a couple minutes here for 8.2.4 and just highlight a number of items, or do we want to we've been able to move some things around in the agenda for next week. Do we want to table 8.2.4 and 8.3.1 to December 9th council meeting? Table? Okay. Can I have a councillor make the following motions, please? So we're looking for, sorry, Josh, I'm looking for 2 tabling motions. I'm looking to table 8.2.4. Can we just do them together? Okay. 8.2.4 and 8.3.1 to the December 9th regular meeting of council. Is everybody okay with the wording? Councillor Sambo.
I'm okay with the wording, Your Worship. I was going to offer to make this motion.
Okay, I just want to confirm with everybody that everybody's okay with the wording, because you can't debate a tabled motion. Everybody's okay with the wording? Okay, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before I make the motion, do we also have the economic development policy coming to that meeting? Because the TOR isn't very helpful without the policy.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm not sure, but we could look to bring that as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee table Agenda Item 8.3.1 and Agenda Item 8.2.4 to the December 9th, 2025 regular meeting of Council.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just very quickly on school sites, I believe we were just going to provide a quick update on some movement that we've seen with the Franco Sud School. So, Mr. Edney, if I can leave that with you, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll try and give actually a quick update on all the schools going on in the community right now. As far as Franco Sud, we issued them their building permit last week, so they should be beginning construction on that school. Can't offer an exact timeline on how long that will take them, because of course it's not our project, but I expect February, March, sometime they should be starting to accept students. As far as the high school site, there's a capital item for readiness phase 2, which will be in our budget discussions this afternoon and tomorrow morning. Catholic K-9, of course you've seen, is under construction. The Dawson Rocky View Public School K-9 site is ready. We're still waiting on the final submission for their development permit. It's part of a P3 bundle with Alberta Infrastructure, but we're expecting that to happen relatively soon. And then the other Catholic school site in Chelsea just has had the landscaping completed, and so we're getting close towards having another school site ready for construction. And that's that. That fourth one is that one on the south end of Chelsea there.
Awesome. Thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to school sites? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to administration, I'm just wondering if that last Catholic school site you mentioned is in Waterford.
Mr. Edney?
Sorry to put you on the spot. I think it is.
Sorry, thanks, Mayor.
No,
to Councillor Grant, no, this is what I've got from the team is it's one south of Chelsea Parade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of down the road. I don't have the larger map, but yeah, it's kind of at the south end of where development is right now, to the west of the pond there.
The Waterford one is designated public. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments, questions for council? Can I have a council make the following motion, please? Councilor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the update regarding school site for information.
Comments, questions, council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. For recreation update, I'll first go to administration. I don't think there's anything from administration. I guess the only thing that I would make mention of was that Councillor Grant, myself, and CAO Edney met with members of the CRCA board just as a quick kind of conversation to bring some information back to council. I would call the meeting a productive meeting with the caveat that they have their AGM that's coming this week. And so with the caveat that their AGM is coming this week and there could possibly some changes to the board, it's really better that we start to figure out some what things are going to look like progressing moving forward after the AGM is done and they have established kind of their new governance and things like that. So I would say that it was, as I said, a productive meeting and some ideas to be able to move forward. But just given how close they are to that, establishing kind of what that looks forward. I know that we've had lots of residents reaching out and asking about what that looks like. There's been high interest in this for obvious reasons. And so that would be my comment there. I'm not sure if Mr. Edney or Councillor Grant have anything that they would add to that, but I think that's kind of where we're sitting right now with regards to that project. Councillor Grant.
Yes, Mayor Dean, I believe the only thing is I would like to add is that the CRCA AGM is tonight, I believe. So
it's tonight.
If you have a membership, come on out.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Can I have a councilor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that the Governance and Priority Committee accept the update regarding recreation for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. I don't think we need to tackle the next one because we've tackled so much already, but I do think that it would be item 9.4, which is Committee Administrative Liaison Overview, being presented here by Legislative Services. And I think going back to comments made earlier from Councillor Warzanowski, I think you are going to be very happy with what you're about to see from, or happier maybe. Let's go with happier. You're going to see some things that are coming here from Legislative Services and some great work that they have done. So turning it over to Legislative Services. Emily, are you taking this? Emily.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. All my comments are going to be made through the CEO today. So I'm just providing kind of a general committee update, especially with our administrative side and what we've been working on to support your guys' goal to achieve strong committees and to support your guys' work that we're doing. So I have lots of different areas that I'm providing an update on. So just start right off the bat here. So all of the committee liaisons, administrative liaisons, they have been notified of their new members and returning members since we did appointments a few weeks ago. And as it stands right now, all our boards and committees do have quorum, so that is not a concern there. As well, all the council members also should have received notifications with their new contact lists, with all their new members and returning members. Now to address the administrative liaisons vacancies, and we added 2 members. So to address Councillor Warzanowski, so our Lake and Watershed Committee now has 2 administrative liaisons to support the work that they are doing, which is quite exciting. And as well for the Economic Development Advisory Committee, we've also added an additional liaison. So now there's going to be 2 liaisons supporting that work. Now for the bad news, unfortunately, when it comes to administrative liaisons vacancies, we are reporting that the Seniors Advisory Liaison is stepping down. And then we are also missing a Police Communications Liaison and Library Board Liaison. So those are still, administration is still looking to address those vacancies. So now turning away from liaisons, if you guys have any questions about that.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, we're only looking for liaisons for council committees. So both the library board and the police communications committee would not need a administrative liaison. All we need with regards to assistance with those, more so for police communications, is just kind of keeping us up to date as to like when those meetings are. But we don't need administrative liaisons essentially for anything that's a Schedule B. We don't need an administrative liaison. Like, I'm not needing a administrative liaison for MCMC, for example. Councillor Sembo is not needing one for AV Munis, right? So it's really for the Schedule A's where we need the administrative liaisons. Okay.
Perfect. All right, and now to move away to what Legislative Services have been working on with support of the administrative liaisons. So to address some of Council's concerns regarding calendars, so all the liaisons have been sent out draft calendars for them to fill out for this upcoming 2026 calendar. We've only received a couple back so far because many of them have not had their first meeting or their organizational meeting. But once we have to receive them, they do go up on the boards and committee section of the website. And then from there, we also combine them into one big calendar so everyone can see a big, large boards and committee calendar. With these calendars, the goal is also to have reoccurring meetings. So as an example, that will be a committee will have a meeting once a month that is the first Monday of the month at 6 p.m. in council chambers. That's the goal for all boards and committees at the advice of council. Moving along from that as well, all our liaisons have also been notified that the agenda and minutes templates are going to look a little different. We are hoping to standardize the look of them. As you can see in this agenda package, we do have a different minutes for some of them. We want to change that so they're all standardized, and the goal is for them to look similar to how council minutes and agendas look. If there's any questions on that. So moving on, this is something that Legislative Services is working on, and this is hopefully to address a lot of the gaps that council has brought up in our committee bylaw discussion, and that's that Legislative Services will be conducting a training session with our liaisons, and this is to hope to work out a lot of the gaps and issues and troubles that some of the committees have been working on. So the goal of these and what we'll be working on with the liaisons is to have these committees be run like council meetings and to help our liaisons be able to do that and what that looks like. So we'll be working on them how to properly do an agenda preparation for the committees, how to properly do their minutes and run their meetings in here. As well, they'll also be addressing that all meetings will be hopefully held in council chambers. That way it will allow for committee meetings to be more accessible to the public, because all boards and meetings and committee meetings have to be available to the public. We're also going to be providing more information on gaps, such as what happens when a public member misses 3 consecutive meetings, as there has been gaps in that as well. And also, we really want to set out what our committee expectations are and what your guys' committee expectations are for how these committees what are they supposed to achieve, what their goals are, and what they're supposed to look at. So yes, and also to address some TOR concerns. So not-for-profit TOR is, as you know, in progress. Same with economic development and rec, it's also in progress. And then, so the future goals of all our committees, and this is again something that administration is really working on behind the scenes, is we will be increasing committees presenting to council, because there has been concerns that a lot of the committees and boards have been directing staff members to do work when they should be coming to council. So our goal is for committees to be increasing the frequency of when they come to council if they have an ask, along with them coming every 6 months. And that is something that Legislative Services is working on doing, with the forecast of them coming 6 months from now, which will be, I believe, in June. And we'll do something similar to how we did it in October, I believe. We'll just have all the committees come and present to council.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll wait for council comments, but I really, really want to say thank you to both Josh and Emily for getting this sorted out for council, for all the work they put into this, and for being proactive about this. This is the type of stuff I'm happy to see in the organization when I make council promises that administrations can be working to fulfill your needs and the community needs better. This is a perfect example. So thank you very much to these two individuals.
Oh, I would say legislative services today. Yep, scored the winning goal, scored the touchdown, hit a home run, whatever analogy we want to use. It has been an incredible, incredible day from a legislative services standpoint today. Like, my goodness gracious, you two are killing it today. This is awesome. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, I will extend the same gratitude. We've already been you are correct. We've already been contacted by the liaisons, even though we haven't hosted any of these committee meetings. So we're looking forward to working with them. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. So with that, I believe we're accepting for information. Is that correct? Okay. Was there any other comments, questions from council with regards to this one? Okay. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the committee administration liaison overview for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, looking to council, is there anything else with today's agenda before moving to adjournment? I just have one comment. Council, please be assured that we are watched live during these meetings, because once in a while I get a live update. And just so that nobody shows up tonight at the rec center and then is calling Councillor Grant later going, you said it was tonight. And actually, what will probably happen, in all honesty, is people would show and they would call me, and then I would call you. But the meeting is actually tomorrow night. Tomorrow night is so. If you are a member, the meeting is tomorrow night. But I did get that live update right seconds after you spoke, Councillor Grant. With that, move to adjourn our governance and priorities meeting for today. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee adjourn the Governments and Priority Committee meeting at 12:30 p.m.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, in their photo.